बर 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 इजाज़त.
network. And first, to apologize for this small delay in the starting due to technical problems that now have been solved, and we can go on the agenda of today. And first, we will have a report of what was done by the network groups, working groups, during the period that we are active. And this will be presented by the coordinator of the network in the Global Soil Partnership, Dr. Maria Kuniuskova. And so please, Maria, the floor is yours.
So dear colleagues, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. So I hope that you can see my presentation. We'll wait for a while. Okay. So I will start my report about the work of the International Network of Salt Affected Soils during the last 2 years. Actually, the International Network was established 4 years ago in 2019 under the aegis of the Global Soil Partnership, but actually it started operating in 2021 when we had the first meeting of INSAS, which took place at that time in the virtual format, and where the governance of INSAS was established and the working groups were formed. So actually, the international network never met physically, so this is the first meeting for us to meet, and we think that it will help us to develop the work plan for the next few years of the network. At present, the International Network of Salt Affected Soils consists of 713 members, and almost all the countries, which I think that all countries that have salt affected soils, they're represented in our network. Here also you can see the regional distribution of participants from the network. It is also, let's say, quite balanced, keeping in mind the number of countries in these regions. So here is the list of the objectives which were identified during the establishment of the network. I would like to remind them here again, because today we will be discussing the work plan, and so our work plan should be based on these goals, which were set into the basics of the network. So the first is to promote the sustainable management of salt affected soils, to develop a harmonized approach and indicators for the assessment, mapping, and monitoring of salt affected soils, to develop guidelines and manuals on good practices for the sustainable management of salt affected soils, to provide a platform for countries with salt affected soils to discuss common issues related to the most suitable methods for protection from deterioration and the sustainable management and reclamation of salt affected soils, to foster collaboration among INSAS member countries towards promoting the sustainable use and management of salt affected soils, identify relevant knowledge, research gaps, and promote regional and global joint research and development programs, to enhance the collaboration between scientists, practitioners, and policymakers aimed at the sustainable management of salt affected soils, to serve as a platform for capacity development, knowledge sharing, and technical cooperation on salt affected soil monitoring and management, and to advocate towards the halt and reversal of the negative trends and expansion of salt affected soils through different instruments. So here I listed the main achievements of the network, which are already done. There are also quite several initiatives that are ongoing, but here I listed that we did already during the period of the reported period. So we organized and held the Global Symposium on Salt-Affected Soils, which was held online in 2021. We organized and held the World Soil Day 2021, which was titled as the motto which was devoted specifically to salt-affected soils, whole soil salinization boosts soil productivity. Then the working groups of INSAS, they were established and they were continuously operating during this period. Then by the working groups of the network, the questionnaire on the status of salt-affected soils was developed. And now the process of the filling of this questionnaire is ongoing, and more details I will give in my next slides. Also, the template for sustainable management, soil management practices has been developed and approved. So in the next slides, I will give more details about these main achievements that we had. Regarding this global symposium, which was held in October 2021, we had 185 countries represented in this symposium, and more than 5,000 participants who registered. And on the first day of this symposium, more than 2,000 participants were participating through different media, Zoom, webcast, or video. They watched recorded videos. Then more than 1,000 participants were attended the parallel sessions, which were held in the second and the third day of the symposium. And also, as usual, during this symposium, we have the posters. And also, I wanted to announce that the posters of yesterday's session, they're already online. I will share the link later. And so during this symposium, the number of votes for the posters was more than 67,000 people, which means that it has quite a good visibility, this activity that we performed. The World Soil Day 2021, as I already mentioned, the motto and the whole activity was related to salinization and salt-affected soils. And here we can see the main statistics that more than 125 countries were involved. In FAO offices, we had 25 official celebrations, and on the World Soil Day, where we registered all the events which were held during the World Soil Day, there were 780 events registered. And here you can see that for the World Soil Day campaign, the Global Soil Partnership, they prepare, we prepared quite many different materials. And here I would like to show you, to attract your attention to this web page, because I think that it can be useful for you. Wait. Actually, there is a dedicated web page which is called World Soil Day, and if you go to the campaign materials, you can find quite many materials for each year, and for the previous years, it is also put on this website, and they are quite, let's say, catchy, and in a brief format, they present the information about the topic of the World Soil Day. And here we have the materials which are related to salt-affected soils and other topics of the World Soil Day. So I would like to draw your attention to this so that you could use it for your education, for your presentations, and etc. So they are quite useful materials here. For the World Soil Day on soil, which was devoted to soil salinity, there were 60 communication materials and products prepared, and they were translated in 23 languages. And you can see that the statistics is that it was downloaded 15,000 times. And the numbers are actually each year, the World Soil Day has more and more visibility. And that year it was 50% more than the previous, but in 2022, it was even more. Also, I would like to show you this booklet, which was prepared for the World Soil Day, the children's booklet under the framework of the contest on salt-affected soils for children, where people could submit their, let's say, stories about salt-affected soils, which were prepared for children to explain soil salinity in very easy, very, let's say, catchy format. They are very nice. So, and also I have a link here. The presentations will be available online. You can follow this link, and I also ask you to use these materials for schools and everywhere where possible. So the statistics for the World Soil Day was that for that World Soil Day on 2021, that we had 630 online articles, which were reached over than 1 billion users. So going to the next achievement of the network during this period of work. So this is the statistics about our working groups. We established the four working groups in 2021. The first working group is briefly called SAS and assessment, and it is the activities related to mapping, assessing, and monitoring of salt-affected soils. The second working group on sustainable soil management, it deals with practices and policy. The third working group deals with halofit agriculture, salt-tolerant crops and plants on salt-affected soils, and the fourth working group, SAS and water, it is related to integrated soil and water management under saline and sodic conditions. And actually, we have a very good pool of experts who joined these working groups. In the first one, the number of experts is 138 from more than 60 countries. For the second working group, it is around 170 from 70 countries. For SAS and crop, 70 experts from more than 30 countries. And for the fourth working group, 130 from around 60 countries. So here I would like to remind about the work plan, the previous work plan, which was developed and adopted and approved in 2021. So here for different working groups, there were, let's say, different aspects which were included, different activity, different outcomes. And during the technical sessions, we were discussing what to start with and what to work with. And here in yellow, you can see what was chosen as the priority task for each working group. So for the working group on assessment, the priority task was review and refinement of methodology for mapping salt-affected soils. For sustainable soil management, the work on the database on practices, sustainable management practices. For crops, it was related to the interrelation between salinity, sodicity of salt-affected soils and crop and plant production. And the fourth one, the development of the manual of sustainable water management in saline and sodic environments. So during the period of 2021 till present, we held 11 technical meetings. So sometimes the amount of meetings was even more because we, due to the many time zones, we in the last meetings we organized it twice. So we arranged it in the morning and in the evening, so that people from different time zones could join and share their ideas and their knowledge on the topics that we were discussing. Also, I would like to tell you here about the joint working group. The joint working group of INSAS, of experts from INSAS and the Global Soil Laboratory Network. So I think that we last year we started this joint group, this joint work, because we realized that the SOPs, the standard operating procedures that were developed by the Glossolan, they don't take into account the specificities of salt-affected soils. So we initiated this joint activity. So 23 experts from 13 countries, which belong to one or to both of the networks, they joined this joint network, trying to modify the SOPs of the Glossolan, keeping in mind that salt-affected soils are quite specific and have specific properties. So the goal of this joint working group was to build the capacity of Glossolan, is to build the capacity of laboratory staff members, improve the quality of the analysis, develop protocols and standards, and mutual support on the development of products. So actually today, at this moment when we are sitting here, we have a training which is held in a laboratory in Uzbekistan, which was co-organized by INSAS and Glossolan, and where the people are trained how to analyze salt-affected soils. So they are working with these SOPs on salt-affected soils. So what this working group already did. You can see that SOP on boron by hot water extraction was already reviewed and under publication. pH determination reviewed and under publication. The review on saturated paste extract is ongoing, and electrical conductivity is put into the plan for review. Also here there is a list of planned activity of this joint working group to work on the exchangeable sodium proportion on SAR, alkalinity in soil saturated paste extract, guidelines on sample collection, storage and disposal, analysis of boron, considering other methods that were not on. So we had the hot water extraction, but there are other methods which can be also, the SOPs can be developed. And soil particle size analysis should be also reconsidered or modified, let's say, for salt-affected soils, because they behave quite specifically when this analysis is performed. Also, the development of transfer functions between methods was identified as one of the key priorities for this joint working group. So the experts mentioned that it is quite useful activity. Also the capacity building sessions, and we were thinking that the webinar devoted to specificities of salt-affected soils in regard to soil analysis should be organized by this joint working group. Regarding other progresses, I would like to show here the progress on the development of the template of sustainable soil management practices. We started revising in September 2021. Have quite several meetings trying to add all the comments, to find some compromises, trying to develop this template. So finally, this year it was approved by the Intergovernmental Technical Panel on Soils. And now we can move on to the next step, developing the database structure, which will be done quite soon. And we expect that during next month, the call to INSAS will be launched for contributions into this database. Regarding the preparation of the global assessment of salt-affected soils, the activity of the network, we can see that in 2020 to 2021, the activity was mainly related to the mapping, because as far as you know, in 2021, during the symposium, the first version of the global map of salt-affected soils was launched. So the people who were developing this map, they were in the core of this network. So in 2022, we were working on the database on the sustainable soil on the template on sustainable soil management practices, and also on the developing the questionnaire, filling the questionnaire, and submitting the chapters for this status global assessment on salt affected soils. So actually, we are quite, let's say, full with activity until this year, because we will launch this status of global status of salt affected soils during the World Soil Day. But starting from the 2024, we are quite open to any suggestion, ideas, and other activity which should be organized within the framework of the International Network on Salt Affected Soils. So regarding this assessment, here is the table of content of this assessment. We have 13 contributions in writing, in text, from 38 authors already, and the questionnaire was 20. So I think that I didn't update this figure. Actually, we have more countries here who submitted their questionnaire, because the figures are growing, let's say, each month. The timeline below, you can see the timeline for the development of this global assessment. So I don't read the ones which were already done. So after this meeting, the drafting, the compiling of the draft version, and a meeting with the authors will be organized, so that we could submit the draft version to the editorial board and the Intergovernmental Technical Panel on Soils by the end of summer. In September and October, there should be some activity on modification, revision for compilation of the final version, and this global report should be submitted to the FAO publishing system 1 month before the World Soil Day. So let's hope that it will work as it was planned. So here is the situation, the status with the submissions for the questionnaire. This questionnaire is quite important, because based on this, we will be evaluating, assessing the status with the mapping, management, and let's say monitoring and other aspects of salt affected soils in the countries. For each region of the Global Soil Partnership, we have the coordinator. For Asia, it is Sanjay Arora. For Eurasia, it's me. For Latin America and Caribbean, Raul Lavado. For Europe, Katarzyna Negac. For North America, Stephen Rocker. For Near East and North Africa, Ahmad Majar. And for Africa, Marie Ido. So we are still missing the regional coordinator for Australian Pacific, but let's hope that within the coming months we will cover this. So I would like to show you what is the status with the submissions from the countries. And actually, you can see that quite many countries are missing. Yeah, Uzbekistan is also missing. And the people who joined us online and offline, I would like to draw your attention that if your country is missing in this list, so please contact me so that we could solve this, to find the person, to find the expert who can fill the questionnaire and submit it, because it will be very important for our future activity, for identifying the action areas, for identifying many aspects of our future work. So to somehow to facilitate this work on the submission of this questionnaire, we organized the meetings within the regions. So in April, we had a meeting with Africa, with Nina, which were quite productive. So it helped us to mobilize the experts. And I think that by the end of May or early June, we will have much more submissions from these regions, and 2 more meetings with Latin America and Asia are planned to be held in June. Actually, that's mainly all for my report for the years 2021-2023. So I would here I would show, let's say, outline the plan of our discussion, and also and then we can have some questions regarding the report of the previous years, and then we can go to the panel discussions and technical discussions for each working group. First of all, we would like to revise the work plan, which was approved in 2021, because we are meeting in person, which will help us actually to work more deeply, in more, let's say, proactive way on this work plan. Also, we have the panel discussions within thematic working groups. So we have three experts who are joining online and offline, who will help us to start this interactive discussion. Then we will open the floor for comments, proposals, and ideas for all who are participating here online and offline. Also, as a suggestion for this meeting, for this technical session, we propose to strengthen the working groups by coordinators. So as I told, we have 4 working groups on assessment, sustainable soil management, crops and water, and volunteers are welcome who are ready to become the coordinators of each working group, so that to facilitate, to push the work of each of the working groups. And the main outcome of today's technical session and interactive discussion should be the development of the work plan for 2023 and 2024. So before we go to the next technical discussion of the working group on assessment, the first working group, so if you have any questions online or offline, you're welcome.
Thank you, Maria, for so detailed report about the activity of the network. Allow me to add regarding the capacity building that tomorrow 2 trainings will be held here on the on the water flow and solute transport using hydrological models, that it is a technical tool to assess to optimize the irrigation rate with brackish water or saline water, and the sustainable management practices, stakeholders in the identification and impact, that is evaluating the social aspects and the cost benefit and so on. And they will be developed by our vice chair, Katrina Negas and Mason. And as well, we have planned, not yet officially announced it, but we will have several webinars. The first one will be very soon, and will be dealing with soil sampling. And another one is, the second is the use of the Allophytes database, EALOF. And so we have several webinars there in the queue that we expect to have every other month, more or less. And the information is so detailed that I'm sure you have questions. Take the occasion to make questions. Maybe I wonder if you know how to enroll, if not yet, in the network, how to participate actively. And so please don't be shy and ask about any aspect that has been presented here. As you saw, this is a young network, but it is very active. And the topic of the salt affected soils was the main topic for the World Day, Soil World Day, and it is very welcome by thousands of participants. So it is perceived as a real environmental problem, and people want to learn. And we do not limit it to, how to say, experts in terms of scientists or technicians. Our ambition is arrive to the stakeholders, farmers, and why not with such activities as well to the schools with these teaching materials, or sensitize the children about the problematics. So please, the session today is as well for remote or in present to have interaction. So it is not how to say we develop and you listen. It is I invite you to participate. So all of you are enrolled in the network.
Who didn't join?
Who
Raise your hand.
who still not enrolled in the network? Yes, yes. So it's clear how to enroll because maybe you have your colleagues or farmers or non-governmental organizations that can be interested. You know how to do that? Maria, can you briefly tell how to enroll?
How to join?
Yes.
Yes. So actually, it is very easy. Wait. How to escape from here? So in Zoom, I can put the link, but I think that people in Zoom. So if you go to the Global Soil Partnership, let's go to the Global Soil Partnership web page. So on the web page of the Global Soil Partnership, we have all the technical. There are several technical networks which work on different aspects of the threats to soil health, and also the networks which work, let's say, in the cross-sectoral areas. So we have the Global Soil Laboratory Network, SOLAN, the International Network on Black Soils, which works with the countries which have this precious soil resources, the International Network on Fertilizer Analysis. But I think that soon we will have, I think that this or next month, we will launch the INSAS, the network on soil nutrition and fertilizers. So, and the International Network on Fertilizer Analysis will move to this new network, which will work in more general way on the soil fertility, on soil fertility. Then the network on international, our network INSAS, International Network on Soil Information Institutions, which works on maps, International Network on Soil Biodiversity, and International Network on Soil Pollution. So you can see that Global Soil Partnership tries to cover all the aspects of soils from horizontally and vertically, actually. So here, if you click on INSAS, it's on the first page. Here you have how can I join the network, so here is the online form. So you enter here, fill this form, and you are done. So actually, it's quite a simple form where you put your country name, position, full address. Next will be you choose the working group. If you don't want to join the working group, you just click on that. I want to be updated. Then you receive just an information emails from the network. So that's it. How to join? I will put it in the chat also.
So it is easy, and please give notice to your colleagues and as well to organizations that are interested in environment. And because as Maria just told, if it is not no obligation of to be active, you can be passive and receiving updates about the information and materials that have been issued. So no questions. Okay. You have presented a panelist.
Yes, so here. So if you go to the discussion of the within the working groups, so here I put the what was in the previous work plan, which I think should be somehow revised, modified, and so we want to have this discussion today. So we invited 3 people to become. They cannot see. Wait. I'm sorry. So I hope now you can see. Yes. So we invited 3 participants to join this panel discussion to start, let's say, to initiate this discussion, and then anyone can join this discussion and yeah, brainstorming. Azamat, where are you? Azamat.
I'm here.
I will present you, yes. Azamat Yershibulov, he's a GIS specialist from FAO Kazakhstan.
Благодарю, Мария. Сегодня очень интересная встреча по международной сети засоленных почв. Я некоторые работы, которые проводились в Казахстане.
I would like to tell you, to brief you about the work that has been done in Kazakhstan. In Kazakhstan, we have over 35 million of salted lands. So mapping, assessment, monitoring activities, and management of the, it's very important, I believe, in Kazakhstan. And when the international network came to Kazakhstan, we started doing the mapping work in order to test the methodology, and we chosen the pilot plots for mapping, the most affected ones. The most affected areas are Kızılar'da, the region where there is RLC. It was fully digitalized. It was fully mapped. Oh, sorry, it was 85. So 85% of the lands have been affected by the salts. There is also an organization in Kazakhstan which does the research in soil research. This is Giprazem, the institute, the research institute. And for the arable lands, we have a hydroamelioration service, which also, according to the state orders, does the agrochemical imaging, salt imaging on the arable lands. Mainly in Kazakhstan, this is the secondary pollution, where we have the monitoring and assessment, and then we, based on those, we provide the recommendations to our farmers. And the recommendations go about how the irrigation should be done, and so on. This is basically what has been done in Kazakhstan. Also, we do the large-scale mapping across Kazakhstan's territory. But you know, Kazakhstan has a huge territory. It has various landscapes, and of course, the big question is the accuracy of the mapping. And we also try to develop a methodology with the network, and which provides technical assistance, provides consultations, so that we could be a part of this global network.
So the main objective for us is that we have to develop the methodology and adopt more concentrated methodology for mapping in order to analyze it, salt affected soil. So of course the countries are different. Maybe we can actually conduct the parallel assessments so that in the future, when we report or when we do the joint work, so that the work could be more easily done. So that's the current situation in Kazakhstan. From that perspective, that would be interesting for us. It would be interesting for us to learn. Look, you have the problems related to the salt affected lands, right? I mean, these problems are being addressed in the country, but our objective is to identify what is not being addressed. Why the condition of the soil is still worse? Why is it kept like this? Our objective is to make sure that the status of the soil affected soil can be can be improved over time. What we should include into the work plan for the follow-up years in order to move further in this direction. So that's the basic idea. What would be your ideas? We should do in order to for the government to take measures on managing the salt affected lands or soil. So they should prioritize the objectives. They should prioritize certain specific objectives within any state programs to be implemented in the country. So, and of course, it is necessary to have the monitoring and management, or to have the monitoring over the management, and probably some advocacy campaign should be held among farmers, or the sensitization must be done among farmers, focusing on why we have to take care about the soil, and what would be the consequences if we fail to rationally use the salt affected soil, because they would still be kept as so, they would remain salt affected, and we cannot turn them into the productive lands, and we will not be able to manage them more rationally, this or the other way. So that's therefore the issue, or the question is how we can actually explain this to farmers, to communicate the importance of these issues to farmers, to make sure that they understand in a more simple way why is it important. That's the main issue. I mean, first issue that we have to work with, reach out to farmers and explain them. And the second thing is that the state should develop and promote certain norms, some regulatory norms to ensure this work. So that's the second issue. The third one is about the methodology, how we can be the part of the global network and develop our methodology, as I said already, and of course implement the global methodologies and conduct some parallel analysis, so that jointly we could be able to, we would be able to implement some joint projects to better analyze the soil based on our methodologies, based on the methodologies of your countries and other respective member countries. All right, and summarizing, that I would say, first of all, so we had the World Soil Day in 2021, which aimed to attract at the highest level the attention of the global community to this issue in Kazakhstan. That year, so you also organized some activities related to this World Day. So did it help to attract the attention of the administrations or the government, pay attention to this issue? That's the first issue. Is it helpful? Does it work? So, because this was the main idea of our objective. Yeah, under the project, we held, some activities in the first meetings or the sessions. We gathered many people, and the next day, follow-up days, we had even more people coming from different regions. Farmers visited, and the state executive branch representatives were also present, and we actually demonstrated on real examples of how what works how. So, and because the third day, I mean, this will there were some demos, which was very much interesting. I think we should promote this work further. We need to involve media and use them to show what we are doing. So your point is that at the national level we have to push these kind of activities, right? What should be the periodicity or the frequency? Maybe every year, that would be kind of something extra, right? So how frequently we should be conducting this kind of activities? Every year, I think. May I ask a question? Yeah, just hold on a second, please. I will ask this regarding the methodology, because it is important, right? We have to make some conclusions. Look, so the methodology, which has been developed by FAO, which you use to develop the national soil affected map, is suitable, right? So you think that the problem is that at the national level, this methodology should be adopted, right? Or what? Or the methodology should be changed? Where we should work? Do we have to start work from the methodology, or we have to focus working more on the countries to make sure that they learn more, get introduced more to these methodologies and study more on how to apply these methodologies? So at the national level, where do you see the point where we should actually draw our attention to? Developing the methodology for our countries in the region, because this methodology as electroconductivity is held in our country. So unfortunately, our government and the responsible institutions do not conduct electroconductivity. So basically, those who are present here, they actually follow those methodologies which have already been in place for many years. Or either we should change our attitude or approach towards the analytical work-based approaches. Right, thank you. Please introduce yourself and then ask your question. Hello, everyone. My name is Anna Bayevtumahan. I am the chief soil specialist in Kazakhstan. So speaking about the salinization, recently in Kazakhstan, we actually conduct every year the survey up to 5 to 6 million hectares of land from 2000 up to, since 2017, up to 2017. So only the survey would cover every year 1.5 million hectares up to 2 million hectares. Now, starting from 2017, the coverage has increased. So the survey results provide us with the qualitative features of the soil. So this analysis shows us also the dynamic of the soils. So the last time it was conducted in 2021, and of course, it compared. And in 2022, we conducted the survey. So compared to 2021, the soil affected lands increased by 1.5 million hectares. So it means that this is a huge increase. So I think, compared to other countries, prospects probably this is quite significant. Yeah, there are some points in Kazakhstan. There are some smaller project institutions who actually deal with desalinization. But do we have globally any institutions or any organizations who really fight against desalinization in a broader manner? That was my question. Yeah, that's the idea, right? That's the question. If we talk about the global network, and I'm trying to, consider this issue from that perspective, and within the framework of this assessment work group, it probably makes sense to arrange this kind of meetings of experts who work with mapping in order to kind of, exchange more ideas in the form of the workshops where the countries would tell about their experiences, where they would say, for example, that's where we have the mapping. So these are, the figures. So they are increasing, they are decreasing. What are the reasons? Probably it would make sense to conduct this kind of sessions on an annual manner annually, globally, we would actually invite the experts from the other countries. That would be a good platform to exchange an opinion and experience to that where people would tell about their experiences, what works well, what doesn't. So would probably make sense, or this is not what you would like to have. So mapping methodology is one thing, it is clear. So we have identified the acreage of or the soil affected lands or the soil, how many hectares of land are being not used rationally or depleted. Okay, what should be the next steps? How we should be addressing them? So we have to identify the work, right? So that's an idea. That's the question. So of course, the solutions should be different. So it would be related to what we're going to focus on. Either we actually focus on the water management, or we focus on the all of its soil management, or we may kind of switch to the prospects of other working group, because assessment group is about assessing the status of the soils under the competency of other working groups. We try to identify then the other practices or the solutions. For example, there is a policy on management, there is a working group on policy and management where they should be focusing, or we should be focusing on what kind of regulatory documents should be promoted in order to help them. And the third working group actually deals with actually shifting the paradigm of using the soil affected lands for the agricultural purposes, and probably we should be moving or switching our focus into the other crops. And number four working group is about the water resources. So when we finally come to that level of the work, I think it is going to be useful equally, which is about depletion of the water resources, but at the same time that of course, that the water which is used for the irrigation is of not good quality. No one is monitoring, and of course, in the end of the day, it jeopardizes the quality of the soil. Of course, under the assessment working group, I don't think that this kind of issues would be raised. I don't know if Jorge would like to add.
Да, вы отметили
that the area of salt affected soils have been increasing. And well, I think that the methodologies, it is good that they are standardized for making easy comparisons, and that other can follow the methodology if they are not familiar how to develop. But I think that the methodology should serve to an aim, and the aim is soil conservation and soil health. And so my question to you is, do you think that could be important in your case and in other cases, that after detecting that the areas have been increasing, and then maybe you should establish some warning system to keep track in so close time as possible how the problem is expanding, and selecting some kind of indicators of that happens, not only maybe the mapping of the area, but as well maybe the decrease in crops or in the yield of crops or things like that. What is your idea? And regarding the scale, because if maybe you make big scale, a big area with not so much detail, but maybe you can focus on a more detailed scale in the problematic areas. What could your ideas regarding that for contributing to develop the system?
Да, это система предупреждения обязательно.
Yeah, that warning system is a must that we have to have, because as the soil experts or the environmentalists or the hydrometeorologic specialists, we should be aware, we should be able to warn our government and our people about that this is the proper decision. I think this question does make sense. We would really like to have such a methodology which would allow us to learn what is the dynamics, what are the directions of this solidization, and what are the periods where this actually exacerbates. Of course, this is an area where we would really like to work further. Пожалуйста, сначала представьтесь. My name is Yulia Shirokova. I represent the soil laboratory of the Scientific Research Institute of the Irrigation. I was ex-Central Asian Research Institute. So of course we were also involved in distance monitoring before. And so I myself have questions to Kazakhstan experts. So the first question is that these broader scales of the survey based on the methodology, what part of the, are they, everything is done on-site the survey, or do you have some remote survey? Because 2 million hectares of land to survey is very much huge, I would say. So my second question would be to the chief soil experts. 2 million hectares are irrigated lands. Are they irrigated soil or not? Because as a matter of fact, our state does not spend money for the irrigated lands on monitoring. Maybe they are included under some specific projects, maybe under some research, but globally, this monitoring of irrigated soil is quite an expensive exercise. In our country, we do not practice that. So therefore, probably your state is working wonderfully. So the question is methodologically, what kind of methods, what ways do you actually apply? So on-site, everything on-site or remotely? And to what extent the remote survey can be compatible in order to correlate the quality of the data collected? Okay, maybe I will answer. In Kazakhstan, starting from 2022, so the on-site soil surveys have been held. So we actually conduct the geobotanical conditions. So we have 160 field workers, field groups. So many, we have over 100 soil specialists and biologists. Botanical, soil botanical experts are working. So therefore, we still have this we have inherited that, from the past. These working groups, special teams of experts work on sites. And since 2022, so the government improved its attention, starting back in 1998, as in other post-Soviet countries, we used to have the kolkhozes, and starting from 2008, starting 2018, so this kind of surveys are being held quite in a broader scale, and we are in those areas where the soil is intensively used. Over 105 million lands are being used by the farmers. So, and of course, there is a special article in the law. So this law provides a ground for the government to allocate some budget to conduct the survey across the country. We have 14 laboratories across the whole country in each region, I would say. And of course, the GIP regimes, we used to call them GIP regimes in the past, but now no longer they're called like this. GIP regimes they are special team of experts. So, and we have amended some legislation from 1st of June this year. May of this year. So we're now going to change some practices. I think I was able to answer these 2 questions, right?
So the question is, how did you build your maps? What was the foundations for mapping? What data did you use? Did you use the data? What kind of data did you use? Combined data? distance data. In fact, we do the research on the soil, and in order to do the mapping, the field analysis or ground analysis that were used. So we have 135,000 samples were extracted, if you understand what I mean. So all this data from the ground fields were used to do the mapping, and additionally, on methodology, according to our methodology, we use other maps, but the bulk of the evidence came from the field evidence. We kept those data in the archives, and starting from 2020, we, together with my colleague Azamat, we have been busy doing so. Excellent results, I must say. Thank you. Давайте
Add another perspective to the topic, and let's continue the discussion. And I want to invite the participants in remote mode at the Zoom to make your questions and give your ideas as well. John, the floor is yours.
Not yet. Firstly, I'd just like to thank the chair, Professor Jorge Batallsalas, for the opportunity to speak today, and also for Dr. Maria Konishkova for the invitation to come here and supporting my attendance. I guess the first thing I'd like to say is the issues that I've heard and seen and have spoken about today and all come down to trying to secure the soil. And there's a new framework which you might like to consider or you might be aware of called soil security. And it really does capture and encapsulate all the issues that you're facing in Uzbekistan and in the world in terms of soil salinity. And that's because the soil salinity actually reduces the condition of the soil so that its capability to provide food and fiber is reduced to the point where the capital value of the soil is diminished and its ability to actually generate revenue and income for Uzbekistan and other countries is reduced. So it needs to be protected, and it's clearly not being protected. And to better protect it, it needs very strong policies and procedures, and these all have to be codified. And in doing that, we will hopefully better connect people and educate people as to the value of the soil and what it actually does for Uzbekistan and other countries. So that's the first thing I wanted to say. The second thing I wanted to say was following on what Azamat Yereshkova said. I'm not sure I've got your name right. Yep, Yushabolov. I haven't seen the digital soil map of Uzbekistan, but I'm curious to actually look at it. Oh, Kazakhstan. Okay, Kazakhstan. Well, I'd like to see the Uzbekistan one. Yeah, I'd like to see both. Because I think understanding and seeing that gives us a better perspective as to really what's happened to the Aral Sea. And I'd also be interested because I'd like to see if I can make some suggestions to help improve the accuracy and the precision of the predictions, and understand better the uncertainty so that we can actually make improvements to it. So that's the second thing I'd say. The third thing I'd like to say is that from what Maria showed before, and I'm not an expert or I'm not familiar enough with all the methods you've got developed, but some new initiatives I see the potential for to improve the efficiency of data generation, specifically in the laboratory and the field, is to do some proximal soil sensing as I said, in the laboratory and in the field. In terms of the laboratory methods, consideration could be given to the development of visible near-infrared and mid-infrared spectral libraries. They've been developed for global use and also for countrywide use. It could be developed for Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. or you could actually use the existing ones. But I think the ones that are pertinent for this working group is the spectral library for the determination of electrical, the soil electrical conductivity, or the ECE, the pH, and the exchangeable sodium percentage. So I think that's something that might want to be looked at. It might already being done. I'm not sure, but that's one thing. And then the second thing is that in terms of field scale or farm scale or district or catchment or even country scale soil mapping, you could consider the use of proximal soil sensors, such as electromagnetic induction, and I'll talk more about that tomorrow. There's also the potential for gamma ray spectrometry to be useful, and also the use of digital elevation models from LiDAR. And I suspect that it's already being used in digital soil maps in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. And the reason why it's important to do it at the farm and district scale is that this is where the management of soil salinity actually happens. So if we have good baseline data before we do any work and do any management, we can actually see how well the mitigation is going when you implement your crop, water, or soil management. And then we can actually monitor how effective those management decisions have been. So to give you an idea also, and I didn't get the lady over there, so I think she spoke yesterday. Who was that? Yeah, so you mentioned that there's 2 million hectares of irrigated land in Uzbekistan. We used, we're going to share. I'm just going to share my screen and show you something that I did when I was in my early 30s and late 20s. I started this project, as we say in Spain. And what it was to do was to do digital soil mapping on a scale that was beyond the field or the farm. And we did it for the cotton industry in Australia. And the cotton industry in Australia was concerned about soil salinity because there were a couple of cases where soil salinity was apparent in the cotton growing areas. And this particular area is a place called Burke. And what you can see is 50 boreholes in a saline area. And I'll show you the salinity here. This is actually an irrigated cotton area. And you can see that to actually do the irrigation, they actually take the water from the river down here and they pump it into these very large earthen dams, which are roughly 1 kilometre across. And they're about 4 meters deep. And if you look carefully, you'll see that as you radiate away from the dam, you see salinity affecting the area. And so maybe 1 kilometre away, they actually have functioning soil. Soil is actually not saline. So to actually understand whether this problem was going to happen in other cotton growing areas, we had to develop some digital soil mapping methods to map the soil here and also map other areas. So it had to be quick, it had to be relatively cheap, it had to be fairly easy to deploy. So rather than putting all the EM instruments on a tractor, we actually deployed them and actually collected the data to support these soil samples here, which were taken down to 12 meters and sampled every meter. We actually took the EM data and you can see it here. So that's roughly taking an EM measurement with an EM38, which measures the root zone salinity, and the EM34, which measures the deeper conductivity down to about 7, 15, and 30 meters. And we then, if I just show you the actual map, this shows you the EM38 data. So it shows you where the conductivity is quite low and where the salinity was quite low, and also where the conductivity of the instrument was quite high. And by calibrating, we found that the salinity was quite high, even in the topsoil. Then we also looked at the deeper subsoil, and you see that the salinity wasn't quite so bad, or the salt content wasn't quite so bad. But when you got down even further, you see that the conductivity was higher again. And this is where we actually have marine sediments from millions of years ago, which are being mobilized and brought to the surface. So just with the EM data at 500-meter spacings, 1 kilometer spacings, we actually started to get an idea of where we should sample, how we should sample, what depth we should sample. And this is actually 50,000 hectares. It's not 2 million, but you can make a start and test out your methodology, because once we did it here and made our salinity maps, we could then actually see and compare it to the results. Let me just clear the layers here. We could actually compare it to other areas. So that's the final salinity map, and it just might take a moment to refresh, but you'll see that was 1 of 7 areas that we did. That was 50,000 hectares. And if you add all the areas up, we actually covered 400,000 hectares. And it took about, let's say, about 3 or 4 years to collect the data, to collect all the samples and to process them all. But it was an invaluable investment in time and money and capacity building, as Jorge said, to actually then have a system which could be rolled out in other places. So if you look here, if you compare it with the other cotton growing areas, there were 7 other ones. This one has the most salinity. It's moderately to strongly saline, whereas the others don't. So we actually showed where it was bad, where we actually have to have more investment, where we need to actually secure the soil, and where perhaps we just have to monitor the conditions over here and make sure that the salinity doesn't happen. So that's where I'll leave it.
Thank you, John. And I apologize because I forgot to include you in the list of the trainings that will be held tomorrow, and dealing with how to get soil conductivity information from this electromagnetic induction techniques. And now allow me, thank you for your point. Allow me to introduce to Mr. Roslan Bin.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, okay.
Because I want to wrap up for our, let's say, outcome. That if I understood correctly, John, so we include into the work plan to, let's say, focus more, include into the methodology, the proximal soil sensing, including AMI, gamma ray, DM, and soil spectroscopy, and also to work deeper on developing spectral libraries for ECA, pH, ESP. Good.
So because time is running, allow me to introduce to Mr. Roslan Bin Ismail, senior lecturer in the University Putra, Malaysia, from Malaysia. So the floor is yours. Mr. Roslan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you to the chairperson and Dr. Maria and Dr. Jorge. It's nice to be here and to share some of the information or the work that we have done back in Malaysia. Malaysia, as we all know, it sits at the tip of the Asia. Okay? My background is soil scientist, so similar to the representative from the Kazakhstan. And many years ago, I had the opportunity to be in S. Saifuddin University, sharing and developing things related to the soil science. So that is my early introduction to the salinity in the Central Asia. So in Malaysia, right, I can safely say salinity is not an issue yet. However, it's becoming an issue, because with the increment of the weather, we can say climate change, we see that more and more seawater intrusion. Right? So since being a peninsular nation, we are divided into 2 different sections. One is in Peninsula and another one is in Borneo. Right? Borneo, the famous orangutan. And they say orangutan. But anyway, now Borneo region, especially in the Sarawak, we see that there are salinity issues increasing. So in terms of mapping, what we did and how we do, we took a different approach. We went to the bottom level. I see most of the idea from top to the bottom. We developed the map and we share the idea with the farmers. But what we did in a vice versa manner, we went to the ground, talked to the farmers, get a feedback. So what is the condition and the severity? So we took soil sample. So that is a conventional approach. Then we came to the technology utilization, like remote sensing, remote survey and everything. So combination of both the idea gave us a very good representation, because at the end of the day, a map that we see, it's a visual. It's visual so that it simplifies the understanding. So when we share, we leave the technicalities to those with technicalities, and we share the information at the farmer. So when we started to do the work, the mapping and the assessment, we took the approach. If I was a farmer and if this was my land, so how can I share to improve? So under such situation, we call it site-specific management, because to focus and to emphasize the whole area, Malaysia is not as big or huge as Kazakhstan or Uzbekistan. We are a small country, and I do understand when we are small and we have difficulties to share the message through the visual interpretation, then I do understand larger countries may have issues. So from the point that we look, this is a multi-layer issue. Number one, we need to build up the technical aspect, as said by the Kazakhstan people. So to build up that, we recommend more training, more sharing from the experts like Professor John and others that would like to share. So cross collaboration, referring to the one that said by Mr. Azimov from Kazakhstan. So cross collaboration. Number two, the technicality difficulties, how to standardize or harmonize all the information. That is also crucial. So with that, I do believe Dr. John also have a very good work idea. It was done, I think, Doctor, about 20, 30 years ago, right? So we have training for tomorrow. I do believe that if you have a more or larger group of participation, then we can harmonize the idea and make it better. So from my point of view, from our approach, we do site-specific management. It means we talk to the farmer, we get the idea, get their feedback, see what are the limitations, what are the issues, we prioritize. If you want to focus on the whole or the larger scale area, that's fun, time consuming, technicality and human capacity building. So if we can collaborate on that, I do believe that would be a very good idea for us to move forward. So that's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosland. And well, the floor is open for questions. Yes, of course, always the participants by Zoom are invited to be active as the people present here. In the meanwhile, if no questions, I will try to make some short report of the findings of this work session. Well, we agree that we should find a common methodology. This is main point, because the sharing our experience should be in a homogeneous basis. But how it has been shown, particular problems can be afforded using more detailed mapping, using electromagnetic induction or spectroscopic getting data of infrared and other bands, and then give a very detailed picture of the area with problems, and as well how because it is time not time consuming. This measurement with electromagnetic induction, you can update quickly maps and see how evolution of the salinity progress. And I think that another point that is very important is to have contact with the farmers and checking how it is in reality, if they are getting decrease in the yield of the crops, and how they feel that the problems come because they maybe it's a dry year and then they are using the same amount of irrigation but with a low quality, and this year was salinity because of the reason, or well, getting information of the direct actors of the problem. And well, it is clear that for making soil mapping, we should have the ground truth, taking pits and samples of soil, but we can make maps as well of large areas using remote sensing. And so we should try to find what is the more or less the idea of how density of samples we need to validate the maps. And now I add a point of my concern. That is, when we make maps, we take some points, so the information is, when we go to the field, is point based. When we use remote sensing, the information is area based because of the pixel. And then we make a interpolation of the data and upscaling, and then we get a map. But not usually this map is checked about the accuracy. So that the first we should do some kind of jackknife the correlation of the data we have and the ground truth. But what is rarely done is that you go to not sampled points and then you check if the map is accurate. And so I think that we should think about that and try to recommend this in cases of the problem is expanding. And if you want to add some other, yes, please identify you and.
I completely agree with panel discussion regarding.
Christina, introduce yourself to participants. Представьтесь, потому что у нас участники разные. Представьтесь.
I am Christina Todrich from International Platform for Dryland Research and Education, Totori University. And completely agree with discussion today regarding the methodology. But I would like to add two very important points. And today was already mentioned. For example, Malaysia, Kazakhstan, or Central Asian countries. We need to consider when we are going to integrate global methodology. Of course, there are some similarities, but there are a lot of differences. And do you know why? Because as he mentioned, the main problems of salinization in Malaysia or all other coastal countries is ocean water intrusion, seawater intrusion, or is completely different salinization origin. And actually how on background it is. Regarding Central Asia, you know that we are extremely dry area. And here, to use only this AM38 or 40 might be a little bit problematic because, as you know, all of this summer season is extremely dry and arid. So how accuracy might work this tool, also we need to find out. So my conclusion is, when we are going to develop the methodology, we need to consider the agro-landscape and climate and all these criteria coming from the background of each continent, each of the country. Absolutely agree with this advocacy and awareness for the farmers, etc. Actually, I would like to tell you that as more sophisticated tool we are going to suggest to farmers, it's really very difficult. So we need to differentiate once again what is for fundamental research in science and what should be suggested for farmers, householders, smallholders, etc. So more differential approach should be used when we are going to develop such kind of methodology. This is my point.
Thank you. Floor is yours. Identify yourself, please.
Thank you, sir. This is Arifun Nahar from Bangladesh. As we prepared soil salinity map with the help of FAO and Global Soil Partnership using DSM method, we use a little bit older data, which was prepared during 1961 and 1981. And the map gave us some misinformation that in Bangladesh, the salinity is due to marine water intrusion. It showed that the northern part of Bangladesh, where there is no marine water, there is salinity and also some sodicity. But in previous record, we have no evidence there is salinity in the northern part of Bangladesh, also sodicity. I should mention some point that for DSM, we need some knowledge about statistics, we need some knowledge about coding, some algorithm, and we need some knowledge about machine learning. In this point, we should arrange more training for the personnel who are expert in soil science, but they have no background of coding as well as machine learning. We need to incorporate this knowledge together. INSAS can make a platform for these training facilities. And I think a map for the policymaker, where, when, and what should do, not for the end user, not for the farmer. This is all about from my country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good point. This of adding training to in machine learning and other methodologies. And allow me to add as seed of to be developed later. Now, drones are very popular, and they can give you a close sensing of the field, and there are multispectral sensors. And with electromagnetic induction, it is a very consolidated technology, but it is 30 years already, or even more working. And now with the multispectral drones, we have only a few results with that. And another point for reflection is that if we try, should we try to make a mapping of the risk of salinization, taking geomorphological criteria and climate criteria and things like that. So, thank you very much for your valuable comments. And now it's time for resting. So let's go to coffee break, and we come back in 15 minutes. And for at And you see that with virtual meetings, we did a lot of participation in the activities of the network, but it cannot compare to meeting personally, at least from my side. And thank you for coming back. That is a demonstration that you are interested in the working groups works. And for this, we will continue with the working group of sustainable management of salt-affected soils. This is an interesting point, sustainable management. And it includes practices, but as well this point that it is, I think that should be adopted by countries, that is the policy as well. And to develop main ideas for that, we have invited 3 panelists, and I will introduce all 3 now, and later they will give their points and we can exchange opinions. First of the invited panelists is Professor Fei Wang, Deputy Director of the Institute of Soil and Water Conservation in China. Dr. Katarzyna Negas is chair of our network, that is a professor at the University of Amsterdam, Netherlands. And Dr. Pim van Tongeren, that is junior researcher of the Rige, a university in Amsterdam, Netherlands. Welcome to all you 3. And I think that Professor Fei Wang, you can start presenting your points about the issue, and then the floor will be open for questions, and then Dr. Negas will continue. So let's do that dynamic. And please, participants through the virtual modality, get involved and enrich our discussions with your ideas, please. So, Dr. Fei Wang, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor George, and thank you all. I'm very glad to talk about something, especially the policy issue in China, because Maria told me yesterday we have a panel. I want to talk about how to use good policy to improve the salinization control. Indeed, in China, we have a very long time to get on with salt-affected soil because China have a great population, and the precipitation is varies greatly, both in between years and also in different regions. But the local people and local government try to improve the production of food in our history. That made a lot of new saline land. And it's a kind of economic consequence, but with climate warming, especially to the south part, north part, and the northwest area in China. The climate show a warming trend, and the precipitation varies greatly. No clear trend. So that means we need more and more water for irrigation. And then we need the land became salted continuously for a long time. From the aspect of policy, our government do a lot to improve improve the ability to use or to change the land. In history, we have a different way to improve it. The most important way is RDTE. R means research. We should know the truth, the fact, the causes, and the impacts, include the negative and positive impacts. Mainly mainly implement by university and the institute, like our institute. This is a very good policy, and we get a lot of supporting from government, both the central government, also the provincial government. And then it's a demonstration. If we have some new funding, we'd like to use it in a very small area of land, to use it and to modernate the whole the change of the land. And then is a training. If the technology is really promising, we'd like to ask the more and more people to use it. Even the local farmers can get a lot of subsidies from farmers can get subsidies from governments, and it encourages the people to use new technology to save more water. And then it's extension. Normally, if the practice and approaches is good enough, it's widely accepted by the farmers. The government, different level of government should organize a greater power of social to work together to use it. It's a kind of extension. So from this process include the whole chain of research, demonstration, training, and extension. A lot of saline land could be controlled, sometimes could be improved for a relative long time. And then we also use different policy to improve the management for local farmers. Normally, in several years, in a certain period, the government prepare some money for farmers. If you use such technology, you can get some subsidies for the reduction of water mainly, because water is a treasure of us. It's valuable to give money to change or to protect the limited water in our region. And even like this, the policy is not enough because the cost of water is too low in China. Sometimes it's really low, like free. If the farmers can pay the electricity cost, they can use water. It's very difficult to control it. In some place, the groundwater can be decreased 1 meter each year. But such a phenomenon sometimes is very common in the Northwest region. But the government still have no very good policy to cope with it. Because there is a common conflicting between economic development and environment protection. They are always enemies. In China, even we try to make it better, but we also need to do more. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Wang, very interesting to get updated information about China. And I think that you introduced a point that will be taking and explain it very well for by Dr. Katerina Negas. That is the cost of the water, how can help to optimize the environmental protection, and so not only cost benefit and but other approaches that are complex, and maybe in China you cannot introduce that easily, maybe, but other countries are doing that. I think that Dr. Katerina Negas later can explain us this example as well. And it is well known that you in China did the hugest project dealing with water. There's 3 Gorge Dam, and taking such a huge amount of water for later distribution, and as well such big rivers as the Yellow and Yangtze and so. And I have a point to ask you if did you detect that is any cross effect if some kind of water pollution appear by emergent contaminants, not only salinity? Did you detect any effect on the field? Quality water, we usually take care of the anions, cations that are usually and salt, dissolved salt. Let's say carbonates, bicarbonates, nitrates, sulfates, but nowadays, because of and you have huge populations. So I think that the population of Madrid or Barcelona for you is a small city because only 4 million, and you have such megalopolis. And such, so the point is that if you use the wastewater in some areas for irrigation, and because it is noticed that in other areas that using this wastewater, if treated or even untreated, some emerging pollutants are there. For example, we take medicaments, and then they are expelled from us, and then enter in this water, this wastewater. Did you detect, or are you thinking that could be interesting, especially in the case of using wastewater for irrigation, to check about this, because it could affect the soil health?
Yes, thank you. Yes, it's really important to use wastewater, or in China sometimes we call it secondary water. After how to say, after a same treatment of the water from cities or rural area in the place, and we also use such water for irrigation, but mainly not for the vegetables, as for the crops, because it's it is safe for the soil, and it's safe for crop plant, but sometimes it's not very good for the vegetables. So we use a lot of such water to instead of the fresh water in China, especially in northwest region. But also another important thing is a policy have already well controlled the further pollution of agriculture water drainage. Before, if you have a well in your land, you can use a lot of water to wash the salt and drain it to the downstreams. But now we have a policy of the chief of the river or the chief of lakes, and they are normally the head of one region. They can control all the department to work together. It's forbidden to to drench the polluted water into the water bodies. Such policy is also very functional because in the history, we have many lakes, natural lakes became smaller and smaller because of overconsumption for irrigation. But also it's become salt and salt because just because the drainage from the saline land burn a lot of salts into the lakes. Such a policy also I'd like to recommend it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, because you can learn from Spain about very bad examples. That we have depleted many aquifers because it was not there was not a policy of about the pumping rate pumping of that. So it is for those not familiar with hydrogeology, it is like if we have a refreshment and everyone have a cannon and take, but you do not know how much it's taking the soda. So but the glass is depleted. And nowadays, for in between us, there exists a policy. You cannot open a well without making all the computings of how much water you will take, because even this is a real sad but real story. People killed by the water. If you are just a neighborhood of this one, and he starts to pump very much, and then left you without water, and then it is a problem. So the question is, do you have a policy about the to establish a new pump on how much they can pump, the volume, and it is coordinated with the watershed authority?
Yes, in China, we have many you have several big for example, in the largest plain of Hubei, it covered from Beijing City, Hebei City, and some Shandong province, and it's very big, but because of overdrawn of groundwater, and the pump became deeper and deeper, and also in our region to the north of Shanxi province, in some place the people have a very good ability to plant vegetables. They just depend on the groundwater, maybe millions or billions years before. What you said is a common sense. Sometimes it's a public common commodity. Yes, like that. If I use it, because there are no funds for the underground water. If I use, I get benefits. But if you don't use, you also can get nothing. So other people try to struggle each other. I use it. I drill one deep well, and my neighbor also want to a much deeper one. So it's such competition have already destroyed several areas, but the government still try to stop such trend. In some place, it's really a success, but successful. But in some place, it's not so good, and the reason is very complex. For example, if the local invited some company to stay here to improve the economic growth, the region. Yeah, but they have agreed to such company. It's very difficult to change it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have questions?
Yes, I
You
have.
have introduce yourself, please.
Finally, we also had. Finally, we had also we have also. Yes, I know. Finally, we have also chance to give a question. My name is Aziz Nurbekov from FAO Uzbekistan office. I am a coordinator of Folio project. Because there was a very long discussion between two people, so that's why it was very long time to give a question to our colleague from FAO from China. My question is that you mentioned that in China the water is almost free, and in this, if you are going to make a water in a payment base, do you have any this infrastructure for payment? Because if farmers are getting water from the canal, and then if from the canal they have this sub irrigation system, if they get from the canal, and then there is water loss. But if you are going to make a payment, then this kind of this tubes should come to the field, and then you only open the tap like a tap. Then after that, if a farmer use the water, then a farmer can pay. Do you or if it is not here yet, is there any policy to support this system, payment system in China? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Indeed, in some place, the water is nearly free, as in the history, not now, because before the food is really problem for us. So the government should have to give a permission for agriculture sector. But after 20 years before to now, the water use regulars became how do you say straight and straight. For example, if you want to drill one well, you need to get a permission. But if you want to use the water, and every hectare of crops have a certain of level, you cannot use more water. Recently, in last from 20 years before till now, it's different. And for the whole basin, like the Yellow River basin, for different province, we have a different separation to each province. In 1987, we have a how to regular for Shanxi province, Shandong province. They have different volume. They can draw from the Yellow River. It's very clear. But such a question became sharp because the runoff of the Yellow River declines all the time. So if the province to the up area get their own water, so there are not so much water left for the regions of downstreams. Indeed, when we meet a different, when the condition changes, normally the policy should be developed according to the truth of the new challenge. Thank you.
Do you want more information about the speaker?
No, it's okay. Thank you.
More questions to the speaker? Floor is yours.
Состояние ли китайский фермер
Are Chinese farmers able to pay this minimum fee for the water used? I understand that you are now trying to transfer the water from one source to another, and I believe that is paid by the state. I've also paid attention that you are using excessive amounts of water by your farmers. So according to the prospective income that the farmer can obtain, can a farmer pay? I know that China is famous for being very disciplined, highly disciplined country. That is why, do you think it makes any sense to introduce a fee for the water usage in order to streamline the policy?
I think that this topic is interesting as well for the next speaker. And maybe you will have a combined answer. So I apologize of taking your time. I did my questions just I was thinking that it is of general interest to draw the picture. I apologize. So I will give now the floor to Ms. Okay. This is remote participation.
So there is a question from Ahmad Majar. What about WUA experience in China? Is it used? What is WUA? What is the full? No, WUA. Ahmad, maybe
Water User Association. Water User Association.
WA in China, do you use it?
I take the occasion to announce that we should sharply cut at 12 because a meeting of FAO dealing with the partnership for the global campaign of salinization will proceed. So I think that if we can now give the floor to the next panelist and then have a whole idea about this topic and try to group questions because some of them are. So in the meanwhile that we get what is this question, please give your point.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your intervention. Also, Mr. Fei Wang, Professor Fei Wang. I would like to build on what Professor Wei Fang has said. Research, demonstration, and extension. This is what we all have in our countries. This is what we all do because one man's problem can be another man's opportunity and treasure. And this is the same for the wastewater, for the brackish water, but also for salt-affected soils. We can adapt, we can sometimes mitigate, but we can also build on this as an opportunity. And this brings me also to what is happening in the Netherlands, the country where I live and where I work, and what is the current development, which is building the community of practice and research. So coming together to learn more about the issues, to do the research, but also to prepare demonstration plots, and then to extend the knowledge, to pass it further to the extension officers, to farmers, to the value chain, and to the policymakers as well. Because of that, a new partnership, Saline Food and Water Partnership was created, but also other networks, such as Zilte Kenniskluster, so the salt knowledge cluster, and other initiatives that have just been confirmed last week, So the cost action that will bring not only Dutch partners together, but also partners from other parts of Europe and the world, hopefully. So focusing on the community and including wide range of stakeholders. That also brings us to an approach that we can learn from, which is the whole society approach. So the approach where we not only involve governments, but we also take the energy and experience from the universities, from research, from companies that work on the topic, from NGOs, so the civil society as well. And here I believe that we can learn also from other frameworks, from the water governance, where tremendous work has already been done, from the climate governance, where we have learned what works and what doesn't, from biodiversity governance, and also the certification frameworks. So here we can see that salinity is a nexus topic, an umbrella topic. It brings together a lot of different issues that can be combined and where we can be more effective. For example, in the Netherlands, water management has been developed for the centuries. Yesterday, we've seen maps of the Netherlands. What would happen if well, the water is in the country? A lot of places, half of the country would be underwater. The place where I live every day and where I work, it would be also underwater. If we stop pumping, it's all covered by the water, by salty water. That means that all the land around will be also salinized. So what we can learn from it, it's better to work together, and it's better to also take action early. And because of that, I would like to briefly connect to the points that we have as a working group of INSAS. So we've been working already on the good practices and preparing the database of sustainable soil management practices. And I believe this is one of the directions where we should continue our work. The second was the development of the policy. And here specifically, development of the framework. This is something that also the speaker in the previous session has mentioned, which is the soil security framework. That is a promising direction. And again, something that we can draw on and take inspiration from and perhaps incorporate in our work. But it's not only the policy framework, also recommendations for national policies. Okay, how can we take this topic of salinity into account and bring together different things? Water management, soil management, biodiversity, food security. They are all topics that are very connected. But if we have separate policies for all of them, what do we end up? Conflicts. Biodiversity and agriculture, they often have difficult relationship. They not always go together. But if we work to have it like one consistent framework, then this can actually work. Okay, then the second thing is also working together on an international level. So currently we have our network INSAS, but there is another network called WASAG, so water scarcity in agriculture, that also works on saline agriculture. And here we can bring these two topics together and work more as a FAO networks. So focus not only on soil, but have this water topic also incorporated and also include the crop element. How we can work on it? There are many different ways. One could be having each year a thematic topic. For example, take the year of halophytes and next year have another topic. Another way is something that Professor Batje Sales has mentioned yesterday. So then environmental impact assessment. This impact assessment has many different aspects. So again, we look before doing any investment, what do we integrate? And very often this impact assessment has different quality. Sometimes it's done excellently, but sometimes, you know, somebody just does it quickly. So this is another way to put together different elements and links to it. And finally, I would like to finish with the economic aspect. The cost of water, the cost of soil, these are often things that are hard to measure and hard to evaluate. But perhaps we should also take it on our agenda to think how we can keep in mind this cost, how we can measure it, and how we can really take it into account when doing different interventions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And for having the whole set of opinions, I will give the floor to Dr. Van Tongeren. So the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. I think what just happened was a really good example on how we can learn from each other. was a question from the representative of the FAO of Uzbekistan, and then a good case study of Chinese policy and a Chinese view on the whole problem was presented from the other side. And I think that could really be the value of this INSAS network. We need to get to a point where we do actionable science, so that the knowledge that we have here, the problems we lay out, that we provide good opportunities and solutions for them. We already discussed today, there are quite a lot of economic problems that prevent upscaling and paradigm shift from happening. And there are also some policy gaps. And it's quite hard. It seems developing a policy framework is a silver bullet solution, but it's not. I don't think there is a silver bullet policy package that can solve salinity or can solve the nexus problems that Kay talked about. So I think it's really important to take contextuality into account. And I think my colleague here on the right had a beautiful example earlier, how they really look at the farm level. They ask the farmers for the context, for the soil mapping, and for the solutions. And that's why I also would like to advocate for co-creation of policy with different kinds of stakeholders, with the public sector, with the private sector, with partnerships, with NGOs. And together, I think we can all come together and create a package of policies that's not a silver bullet, but that maybe can be tailored to the contexts, and that we can maybe learn from each other. And in that way, that we can go forward together and learn from each other. So maybe we could also create, instead of just good management practices, we can create a database of good policy practices. What have countries done over the world on a national level, on a regional level, to tackle salinity? And how can we access that to learn from that, tailor it to our own context, so we can overcome our own salinity problems? I'm a bit short on time, so I'll keep it short. Sorry. Okay, then I would like to end with a quote from Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 18th century political philosophist. He said, "The world of reality has limits, but the world of imagination is boundless." And that's why we can use our imagination together to shape policy, to give the economy a boost so that the private sector can help moving us to the next level, to create business cases for it, to look at it from an ethical perspective, look at environmental justice, and to look at how we can tailor and target the right communities so we can overcome environmental, economic, and societal problems. And I think we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Two questions are on there. One was formulated by you, but I should tell another remote was the first one, I think. And we will respect the timetable because later FAO meeting will be. So please annotate your question. That will be answered at the time available. And anyway, we have at the end of the session, we can put all questions to all panelists. So first to be answered is the remote is ready. Please formulate.
So I will just read it out loud because Ivan already replied in internet, but I will repeat it here. So the question was about, do you use the water user associations in China? What is your experience about it? The answer was, we have such organizations for farmers and companies, but the water is always controlled by the government, Ministry of Water Resources and its branches directly. And the water user associations should make decision under the rule of government. Indeed, the water user associations in China perhaps is not so developed, but it would be improved according to the crops, technologies, and economic returns. So I'm finished with this question. No, it was an answer. He answered already.
Yeah. So we have the question of the lady, and please, those having questions, annotate, because we will cut exactly at 12. Annotate. No, your question is prior. Yes. Can you again, quickly, please?
Большое спасибо. Я хотела спросить у вас.
Thank you so much. My question about our yesterday's materials. So there was an impression that farmers use a lot of water. So water is brought through some transportation. And of course, obviously, the state budget provides funds for this transportation. Do your farmers have some funds to cover some part of this transportation costs? Because there is, and therefore, because normally in most of the cases, farmers are quite poor. So, and therefore the state actually has to pay for this transportation of the water. So my question, if the farmers have some funds to compensate at least part of that transportation costs. Thank you.
No, I think it's experience in China.
Китай.
Yes, I'd like to reply you because I know it very well. In China, the infrastructure for water, almost all engineering are funded by the government, not the local farmers. And all the transform infrastructure was funded by our government, and the farmers can use it really free. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 minutes for question and answer.
Профессор Гафурова, учитывая мой опыт работы за соленым...
Since I'm an experience in working on saline-affected soil. So my question, is it possible under INSAS to create our own net on the technologies of approaches of the members of INSAS, like VOCAT, and train how to include their or incorporate our technologies, because there are some technologies out there, but not everyone knows how to incorporate these technologies. Maybe it's not necessarily to be a network, but kind of an approach. Second question, is that possible to develop the portfolio of the manufacturing or the production? My question is that farmers or other specialists could probably highlight their problems and challenges, and maybe this portfolio could contain some ready-made solutions that farmers can benefit from directly, or maybe this would be kind of a call for the scientists to develop some solutions. And then number 3, is that possible to organize such targeted activities with people who take decisions, or policymakers, and maybe to prepare for them some materials, just general common materials, for them to learn about these issues, and probably to conduct the analysis or review of the regulatory framework, some laws, bylaws, which are available in the respective countries of INSAS. And this would actually serve for these decision makers as a good ground and the experience source so that they would pay more attention to these actual problems. Next, in order to ensure the sustainability of all these technologies, there must be an understanding about, we think we should work with students as well, and the school students, students of the universities and the colleges and the lyceums. I think this is, educational part of that sport. And then the next thing is that integration of science with the practice. It's been mentioned. And the last thing,
And now we will pass to the FAO Partnership Global Campaign on Salinization. Your points are very interesting. Kindly annotate, and we will answer you in available time. Thank you very much. Now it is the time for the Global Campaign on Salt-Affected Soil, on salinization, sorry. And I want to invite to Marie-Jean Gulpen to develop the framework of discussion. So Marie-Jean Gulpen, the floor is yours.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and good afternoon, everyone. I will share my screen. Thank you for having me here today to give a presentation about the global campaign on salinization. Oh, wait. Let's see. Can you see my screen at the moment?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for having us today. I will give a presentation about the infographic that we have designed for the global campaign on salinization. My name is indeed Marijn Gulpen, and I will present this session today. And in the chat or in the Zoom call, there are also my colleagues Feroz Islam and Catherine Terwisse van Scheltinga. So if there are any questions, I'm not sure if they can be added to the chat, and then we can they can either already answer them, or they can answer them, or we can answer them collectively later in the presentation. And I would like to thank you all for having us here today and to give us the opportunity to present our results. I will briefly introduce the agenda of today. So what we are planning to do is first to explain you the session, the goal of the session, and elaborate a bit on who we are and also the organization that we work for. Afterwards, I would like to invite you to tell us more about who you are, because I just dropped in and I'm just really curious who we have in the conference, but also online. We need our mobile phone for that. So I'm not sure if everyone has it. Otherwise, we can also use the chat for the people that don't have that close to them. I will give an introduction on the campaign and then on the infographic. And the infographic we will do also interactively with the Miro board. So therefore we need laptops, and the link will be shared during the presentation. So that will be, then you can all enter the Miro board, and we can have an interactive session on that. So I hope you still have some energy left before lunch. In the end, I will give you a short follow-up on the infographic and closing. Yes. So the goal of the session is first to get to know each other, and then afterwards to get an understanding of the global campaign on salinization. And the third goal is to reflect and review on the infographic by sharing your knowledge on salinization. So it's really an interactive session in which we would like to share with each other our knowledge, maybe also the things that we do not know, the knowledge gaps, and that are the three most important goals of this session. So who are we? I work at the Wageningen University and Research, shortly called WUR, which is split into two different organizations. We have both the university and the research institute, both collaborating together almost on a daily basis. It's located in the Netherlands, and it's famous for its agricultural component. It has three main core areas. The first one is food, feed, and bio-based production. The second one, natural resources and living environment. And the third one is society and well-being. It's close. We work at the research institute, me and the colleagues that I just mentioned. And there are 9 smaller research institutes within this bigger research organization, and these are focusing on livestock or plant or economics. And our where we work is called environmental research, and with 11 teams we work on the realization of high quality and sustainable green living, and this we do by doing qualified and independent research. The study that I did, the project that I did for the global campaign on salinization, I did together with Judith, Feroz, and Catherine, and we work in the water and food team. So within this team, we have been working on the ecological status of freshwater bodies, really looking into the flora and fauna of these freshwater bodies. Next to this, we have quite some research on water management for food production. Myself, I work a lot with global models on food production in relation to water use. So, and there we do projections on the longer term, but also short-term projections. And there are some people within the team that are really focusing on sustainable land and soil management. So you can already see in this team that there's quite some, that salinity is quite an overarching subject within the teams. I would say within the team, Judith Snetlage, she cannot be here today, unfortunately, is the expert on salinity. I'm quite new in the subject, so also really curious what to learn from you. And also Feroz and Katarina are working already on salinity. We work in many countries. In the Netherlands we work, but also in Bangladesh, in Egypt, in Jordan, among others. So there's quite some knowledge in different countries. So what I would like to do next is to get to know more about you. And we would like to do this by using a Mentimeter. And you can use your mobile phone by either scanning this QR, or you can go to menti.com, and then you need to use this code 2554019. And then we would like to have an introduction about who you are, so your name, your profession, and your organization, and how you deal with salinity in your daily work. So I will close this screen and then go to this one.
Коллеги, вот смотрите, наверху написано, если у вас есть телефон, просьба...
Telephone, please use their, go to the Menticom website on your telephones. Пожалуйста, войдите на сайт Menticom.
First. And then there is a place to enter the code. No, but it is up on the upper line. You cannot see. 25, 50.
I can. Maybe I can put the code in the chat as well.
Can you put QR code on the screen? Okay.
Yeah.
Marijn, we just heard that the website is in the block list for Russia, but Dennis Frolov, who is from Geographical Faculty Lomonosov Moscow State University, he has also put it in the chat. So in case people have problem putting it in the Menti, of course, we encourage you to put it in the Menti, but in case you might not realize that, then we can also put it in the chat or ask your colleague to put it in the chat. We like to know you. Thank you.
Yes. Oh, thank you, Catherine, for sharing. Good to know for next time. I see there are already some 5 answers, and indeed.
No. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, this is Mawazo Shitindi.
Hello.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, this is Mawazo Shitindi. Following you from Sokoine University of Agriculture in Tanzania. I'm specializing in soil chemistry, soil fertility, and plant nutrient management. And I'm my research work is focusing on soil fertility management, nutrient management, integrated soil fertility and nutrient management, but also rehabilitation of degraded soils. So I'm doing some research work in the area of managing the salt affected soils for improved rice production. We are currently involved in a research project funded by Danida, where Primitive and Omar are part of our team, and we do some work on mapping salt affected soil. We have just started mapping tasks for salt affected soils. And we also have a group which is dealing with breeding for salinity tolerance. So yeah.
Welcome. Thank you. I think we can use your feedback later in the session as well. Thank you.
Okay.
So I see there are 12 answers also within the Mentimeter. You can still see my screen, right? Everyone? I changed a lot with my screen.
Yes, I see your screen.
Great. So I can see there are people from the FAO, indeed, from ICARDA, Catherine, Wageningen, the Philippines, so quite Senegal, Dakar, Senegal. So I would say it's quite a really international, Moscow. Okay, thank you. Then we will go to the next question. And that is, how is your work related to salinity on a daily basis, or maybe not on a daily basis, but I also see in the chat that Ahmed Mayar is working on leaching and drainage and cultivating salt-tolerant plants. Innovation and upscaling. Salinity mapping. Thank you, Catherine, for adding people. Okay, now policy and economics. Okay, nice, interesting. I think everyone's knowledge can be used really valuable within our project's feedback. For now, I would like to continue with the presentation. So thank you for sharing with us who you are and what you have been doing in the last couple of years on the subject salinity. Really nice that we already got to get to know you a bit better. I would first like to give you a short introduction on the global campaign on salinization, and afterwards go to this infographic that has been designed by colleagues of us, and to get your feedback again. So this was already a warm-up to get more interactive. The global campaign on salinization has been a commitment that has been done during the UN 2023 Water Conference in New York. This was last March. And several organizations has expressed their ambition and submitted a commitment to collectively develop and implement a global campaign on salinization. And this is, in the lead, there has been the Saline Water and Food Systems Partnership, which is a collaboration between Netherlands Food Partnership and Netherlands Water Partnership. And they took the lead in this, but there are really a lot of partners that got involved. And also including Wageningen University and Research, but also FAO-INSAS is involved, and many others. The link to this is also in this in the slide. I think I will share later the slides with Maria, and then maybe we can give everyone the opportunity to look into the links. The main objective of this campaign is to increase the awareness of the issue of salinization among policymakers, researchers, and practitioners in the global water and food sectors, and subsequently formulate and drive a joint agenda of actions. So that was the objective that was stated. And it follows 5 different principles that I formulated here. I will briefly call them. The first one, and also the most important one, is that it is a communication activity, and it serves the greater purpose of a call of action by several actors, including policymakers, research, and practitioners, to develop responses in the face of salinity challenges. It will boost new ideas, bundle initiatives, and create a stronger communication momentum for the benefit of the collaborating partners. It will not prescribe any specific response strategy to salinization challenge because salinity challenges are depending on local conditions, both physical and social. So there cannot be one strategy that works for everyone and for everywhere. But it will stress the need for an integrated approach in response to salinity challenges. So it needs to look at the water, the soil, and simultaneously at crops when it comes to food production. And it aims to have an added value to all partners, and it does not intend to claim the already ongoing initiatives. So projects that already exist are not claimed by this campaign to be theirs. And then the impact that it wants to create is to get the attention in a policy network. So this is really on the policymakers level. Then next to this, to set up a joint research agenda, funding for new research or consortium, international or regional knowledge sharing events and platforms. So this is more on the research level. And then on the practitioner level, there is the access to knowledge resources, funding for innovative projects and field labs, training based on systems integrated approaches. So the global campaign on salinization has been this commitment since March, and it is still in development to how it will in the end actually look. But this is already what has been set in stone. If you want to have more information about the campaign and or want to be part of it or just in a way be involved, you can send an email to either Babette, this is the email address on top, or to Martijn, that's the second email address, with any questions or information that you need, that you require. So that was that on the global campaign on salinization. Then I would like to go to the introduction of the infographic that I've been talking about the whole time. As part of this campaign, we drafted a background report in which we elaborated on different challenges and solutions within the within salinization, and we looked into different case studies in different countries, and we found a variety of salinization drivers and challenges around the world. And with this infographic, we would like to summarize the drivers and challenges. So first disclaimer, this will not focus on solutions yet. As stated before, the global campaign on salinization does not want to give the solutions or not give, but claim any solutions or say what works best. So we also really would like to focus on drivers and challenges. And this infographic can then be used for communication. So it can be used, for example, during presentations, or people can just download the PDF and look into it in more depth to get a better understanding of the salinization challenge. And we have a first draft at the moment. So it has been designed by some of our colleagues, and it's not finished yet. And this week we will give them back the feedback, and then we will get a second round of the infographic. So today, all your feedback is welcome, and we will use the Miro board for this. But first I would like to show you the infographic as it is now. So this is the first graph, and you can see that there are still some components missing. They are shown by 2 axes. The idea of this infographic is to have 3 different landscapes that we approach within the different case studies. So you have the semi-arid regions, the deltas, and the small island developing states. And as I said in the background report, we zoom into these different regions based on some case studies. Next to this, we identified some global drivers. You can see them on the left. And we separated them by global drivers that we have seen everywhere in the world and regional drivers that are really context specific. And the challenges. So this is all related to food systems. And you can see some facts and figures. And the literature is in the last slide based on these facts and figures. And the literature will also be part of the background report. So there will be a link to this report in the infographic so that people can find the references that are used. The facts and figures are all on a global level. So but yeah, as you can see, we're still missing some information, or maybe we will not find this information and then it cannot be part of it. But if you have any articles that are interesting on a global level about salinization, then you're more than welcome to share it with us. And yeah, so this is the first introduction of the infographic. And then is it now time for reflection? I hope one of my colleagues puts the Maro in the chat, the link. The password is water and food, all small letters. And we would like you to address 4 questions. 2 questions based on the content. So what do you like about it? And also what would you like to see improved? So this is really on the content. And next to this, we would like to get your feedback on what do you like about the style and what would you like to see improved on the style. So that can be either the colors or the text font or other parts that you think it just is in a different, it should be in a different position. So now we'll give you the time to give some feedback on this. If Maro does not work, like Mentimeter did not work for everyone, you can also put your feedback in the chat. But then I would also put these questions in the chat quickly. So let's see. I will put the
Could you please put again on the screen the link?
Yes, I will also share it in the chat. See from Youssef that it's blocked. Youssef, could you answer the questions in the chat instead of using a Maro? Then we can incorporate them in the Maro. I put the questions in the chat, and also I will put on the screen again we have quite some time planned for this, so please take your time to look into it.
Marijn,
Yes.
it might be that in the audience, people would like to speak in the microphone and give their suggestion. We can also put those in the board.
Yes, that's also, yeah. If you feel more comfortable by just opening your microphone and explain us what your feedback is or your first impression, that's also more than welcome. I'm quickly gonna see.
Excuse me, in the meanwhile, that people is introducing the info, I have a question. Are you enrolled and members of the INSAS?
Yeah, Judith especially is part of the INSAS, but she could not be here today. Yeah, she works also closely with Maria. Oh, wait, I see that the board is no longer shared.
So such metadata that you will produce will be
Yeah.
part of the outcome of the INSAS?
The data that we produce within our project, you mean? Well, we will.
Yes, you are collecting data and you are processing, and then you will have metadata, and then this metadata with these figures and so on can be considered an outcome and a deliverable of the network as well.
It will be all publicly available. So all the report and the infographic will be publicly available. So you can use it indeed within the network. Is that what you mean?
Well, this is more or less. So my point is that the authorship of this info will be retained by you, and if you will make public, this will be under Creative Commons licenses, or how will be the framework?
It can be used by everyone, so it will be CC by Creative Commons. It will be, yeah, part of this global campaign on salinization, which is part of the Saline Water and Food Systems Partnership. And so everyone can use it. It can also be put on the INSAS website. This is part of the global campaign on salinization. We were planning to put logos of Netherlands Water Partnership and Netherlands Food Partnership under the infographic.
Thank you. And if I well understood, you are focusing on salinization, not on salinity. Is that?
Yeah, it's salinization within food and the effect of it on food system. I'm not sure if Catherine or Feroz has something to add to the answer that I gave.
I think it's what I understand from the question is that people would like to know who is the author. So I put it in my report that should be further clarified.
Yeah.
Who are the authors, and also how the information can be used with regard to. But what I understand, but what I would like to check is that it will be strong if the content is linked to an existing larger body, like for instance INSAS. So we can collect all the feedbacks and then check it with the INSAS coordinators, so that we also collect the different support, so that everybody who looks at this can at a glance get the latest information and also realize that from where this information is coming.
Yeah. Thank you.
Am I right in the? Yes,
That is
please.
important because people not attending this meeting nor virtually nor in present later will have the opportunity to fill your questionnaires, and in any case it is important to keep clear what is the use of the info, as you know, that is usually stated, and as well how this the product of the authorship and the product, final product, how can be used using this share alike or well, any kind of Creative Commons licenses. So thank you for taking the point that you will include that in the web.
Thank you.
And well, people is working and feeling this, but it is slow, and so I take the occasion to make other questions. Will you make some kind of cross tabulation, taking the answers and by categories of experts or farmers or stakeholders? Or because well, I wonder if mixing together without taking later a bit of qualification of the opinions could give the best results or not.
So all the things that are, you mean now when we receive feedback, if we will of course check the quality, but I think it's indeed a good idea also if people maybe can add where they what their organization is to what they state, so that we indeed can also see if there's a difference between what people say. And we are not planning, we will check the information before we give it as feedback to put it on the infographic. But we would like to.
Yeah. And sorry for making so many questions, but what is what is the timetable of the project?
The timetable is that the report is now also already drafted, and the project will be finished mid-June. So that's in 3 weeks. And then we will, then also so we have 2 more feedback loops over the infographic. So tomorrow we will give feedback from ourselves, because we also saw it last week for the first time like this. And also the feedback that we will receive. We will look at it and send it all tomorrow to the designers. And then within a week, we get a new version. And then we have time to give 1 more time feedback. And then we will, then the final version will be finished 15th of June. And that will be also the time that the report will be finished. So then everything will also become available.
And so it's not. Sorry. Did you find good participation from all continents? Maybe not Antarctica, but.
Our case studies were focusing on Bangladesh, Uzbekistan. We had one of Egypt, Argentina, and Pakistan and Bahrain. So that were the case studies that we looked into. So we did not cover the whole globe yet, or not necessarily yet, but for this first research, we did not look into, we had some case studies and we tried to have them differently from each other.
And do you think that could be interesting to make a reflection if this uneven geographical distribution could introduce some tendencies and some bias in the information due to the different cultural approaches?
I think indeed in the report we reflect on the case studies that we have chosen, and indeed also on what we did not choose and may influence the bias that we have. But that will not be necessarily part of the infographic, since the infographic we want to not have too much on, but we will have a link to where the information is coming from. So probably in the bottom there will be a link to the background report, and there we will reflect on the case studies that we chose and the effect that it could have had on the outcomes. And as I said, within this about the approaches to salinization, we do not include in this infographic, also because it's, I think, too complex to capture it all in one infographic. So it's about the drivers and challenges. I'm not sure if Ros or Catherine wants to add to this.
I want to add something on the reflection on the Miro board. Thank you very much all for your active participation there. Some of the posted messages, I'm removing them from the middle part of the infographic to kind of have the readability of the text continuously available. And then I'm not removing them totally, but I'm putting them on the two parts on top and the two parts below, because the two parts on top, they are about content which you would like to keep and where you would like to see improvements. And then on the bottom part for the style, that which one you like to keep and which one you like to see improved. So for instance, one comment was that, of course, the legend of the schematic landscapes should be included. And with regard to the countries that have been covered in the study, when the purpose is to bring it to the attention of a widest possible audience that the salinity challenge need to be addressed, this is why you kind of give the concrete example of 3 countries. However, you kind of made the wider categories of semi-arid areas, delta landscapes, and small island development states in order to kind of summarize the challenges in these different landscapes, in order also to bring to the attention that differentiated approaches are required for different situations everywhere in the world.
And more ideas or questions from the floor. But in the world atlas of the certification, there were listed the contributors. It is a long list, more than 100 persons listed there. And I think that it is a good recognition of what they have done, giving data. I wonder if you have this idea to be included in the report. And I think that one of our participants have a question. Yes, open mic and.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I would like to thank you for the very good job on putting salinization in the facts and the figures. Yeah, I have some questions that I would like to know more about your project. Yeah, the first one, I could not get very well the timeline for your project. How long is the project?
So the project started in 1st of April, and it will be finalized 15th of June. So it will. So everything is now already first drafted, including the infographic, but there will be some in the next 3 weeks. There will be some improvements done on both the report and on the infographic. And then when it's finished, everything will be publicly available.
Okay. So the way or the methodology for acquiring the data you have presented, it was from the literature review, or you conducted the field experiments to get the data?
We based everything on literature, and we had some talks with colleagues that used to work at EORI in Wageningen, which is the Institute of Land Reclamation Institute. And but we did not conduct experiments ourselves.
Okay. Is there any challenges that you encountered during the literature review when you are searching for the data?
Now we found, for example, when we looked into this institute, most of the data was from before 2000, so we needed also to look for hard copies. And we found that it was interesting, for example, that we saw in that time that everything was quite focusing on irrigation and drainage systems, and that later on the integral approaches and also climate change became a really important driver of salinization. Furthermore, for Ros or Catherine, we did not encounter that much challenges with the literature review. I'm not sure if you have something to add, my colleagues.
No, you presented it very well.
Yeah. And Judith is already quite long within this subject. For me, it's all quite new. But Judith, my colleague, she's already working several years in the topic of salinity and salinization. So she helped me a lot with everything.
Okay. So if possible, the area of improvement, I would like to show now the extent of salinization by countries or continent, if it is possible, so that it will be easy for someone who is looking for the information to be able to capture, apart from the giving the global perspective of salinization.
Yeah, so we have now chosen to work with these landscapes, so semi-arid areas, delta landscapes, and small island developing states. Within the report, we use the same headers for different case studies, but within the name of the case study, you can immediately see where it's located. And we would like to add a map not in the infographic, but in the report, where every which areas we conducted, so that it's immediately feasible what we did not do and what we did. So I hope.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the good job.
Thank you for your questions.
Thank you, Chair.
Catherine, do you still see a lot of movement in the Marmar board?
No, at the moment, I think people have contributed. I'm not seeing people writing at the moment new
Yes.
sticky paper.
Here, hands seem to be in mobile now. So I think that all of them have already introduced the info. So could you please go ahead?
Yeah. So I would shortly look into it and maybe ask people to elaborate on it. I see, for example, that to improve what someone likes about the content is the 3 landscapes. I see someone put that the success stories dealing with salinization. This will indeed be more part of the background report, but as stated before, it's context specific what the success stories are. So I would also like to elaborate that this is not the scope of this infographic. So the scope of the infographic is really to focus on the challenges and the drivers. But I think within the campaign at one point success stories will be a part, and I think it's also important to show what can be done about it. Make clear who the authors are. We also should share it with people that are not in the meeting. I think that can be done as well. Show information by country and or continent. If possible, this will be indeed part of the background report. People added some of the on the infographic. I liked it a lot. That helps us a lot. Water use, remove melting glaciers. And then on the style, mainly the cause. What do the arrows mean at the legend? Yes, I also think indeed that's really nice suggestion to have more a legend or some more explanatory in this in the landscapes. That's also what we already thought is needed to improve. I'm not sure if someone still wants to share something before I continue with presentation. Then this again.
Yeah, one question, and that kind of refers to the map. I'm just wondering whether you've already covered the whole world, because it's hard to believe that Norway and Sweden are more prone to being salt affected than Central Asia or Indonesia, for instance, or along the coast of South America, because most of the maps I've seen also indicated at quite some other areas in the world.
Yeah, you mean this? I'm not sure. Do you see my mouse?
Yeah.
You mean this one, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. We would like to not include this. We gave this fact with more context to the designer, and the designer made this infographic. And I feel like, for example, North Africa is not the whole African continent, so there has been a mismatch in the communication here to the designer, and we would like to not include a map in this approach by saying what is most salt affected, because what you say, you've seen different maps, and I think it would be difficult to really choose then what would be the most affected for at this point, and also because maybe the infographic will be used for 1 or 2, 3 years, then it may be outdated. So I agree with you that this map is not completely accurate.
Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah, that's something we saw immediately as well. We're like, okay, I think this is not completely how we meant it to be.
Oh, please continue with the...
Yeah?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we already come to the end of this presentation, but we discussed and summarized what was on the Mauer board. As I said, we collect all the feedback and upgrade the version, and the final version we expect to have on the 15th of June. As I mentioned before, we are also working on a background report, and we give further in-depth information and the use cases that we that we found literature about. And yeah, here we also write more about how is dealt with salinization, and which is not part of the infographic. So by the time that we have this all online available, we can share it with you. And then for now, I would like you to thank you for your attention, for your feedback. And if you have any questions or remarks or anything else, you can share. You can send an email to either me or to Judith. If it's this week, you can send it to me because Judith is out of the office this week. And yeah, I would like to thank you all for listening and for giving your feedback, for the questions you asked, which were really valuable. And I hope you still you will have a nice conference.
Thank you very much, Marien, for the presentation and as well for this interesting task that you are developing. And we would like to know about the results in due time, and we will try to further contribute to the info that you are collecting. We will give notice to others not participating now, other members of the network. And so in this way, I think that you will have a bit more geographically within info, maybe. Because usually by the time that we make the meetings, usually America is excluded because it is too early for them. It is night. Yeah. But the problems of salinity and salinization in America are huge. Yeah. And so I think that it could be good to have other perspective as well integrated, because they have also other cultural approaches to the problem. So let's see if we can help further to your project.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and again, congratulations.
Thank you.
So I think that with that we finish with this topic, and then we did not use all time allocated for that because they were clear and efficient in presenting the information. So I propose, if you agree, that there are some pending questions for the panelists of the former discussion, working group 2. And if you have this, you can formulate, but kindly do not make multiple questions in one question. Do one by one, because it is difficult to answer in any way. And so one question and one answer, another question, another answer, not question, 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 and try to make questions shorter than answers. So questions, I think that pending was one of Primitiva and another one from you. Yeah, Primitiva, please, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, in working group number 1, one of the activity is about to support the soil doctors. I would like to get more information on how you are planning to support doctors, and yeah, the distribution, how you will go about around the globe about supporting soil doctors. Thank you.
Well, I will answer this. It is, well, sustainable management, it is diagnosis more than the shortly. Soil doctors is another initiative, but we, as we did with Glossoland, we have interacted with Glossoland, and we have the intention to interact as well with soil doctors. I commented with the coordinator, Dr. Kunioskova, some quick analysis that can be done, not analysis, even test analysis that can be done in the field. And if the laboratory of the university here has prepared the chemicals, we will do that during the field excursion.
So Primitive, I can add to this reply that what is support from our side. From one side, we will launch the call soon for institutions to become promoters. So the people can join the program, becoming promoters. And the second option is that so we at the moment for salt affected model, we have only, let's say, primer model, which is very simple, which is just for let's say initial stages of understanding and dealing with salt affected soils. But for the next more advanced models on salt affected soils, for soil doctors on salt affected soils, we need the support from the expert group. So the group of experts from INSAS, they can help, and we will be counting on them actually.
Thank you. And I interrupted you before because we have to move to another, but now you have the opportunity to make your questions, but please, one by one.
It would be prudent, as I said. Can we formulate sort of a portfolio of orders or a complex of technologies that INSAS members have, so that people could use them? Thank you.
Well, INSAS is not a scientific network, it is an extension network. And technologies are public, and it can be consulted through the publications and the commercial companies. And this is a network voluntary. So people share what they want. We cannot force them. We rely on their willingness to share. And I think that Dr. Negas has something to add.
Yes, thank you very much for this explanation and also for the question. I wanted to link a little bit to what is mentioned as one of the possible tasks within the Sustainable Soil Management Working Group. So there, what we try to do and what we will start soon is the database, so a portfolio, it depends how you look at it, of the good practices. And then it could be that there is a good practice that includes a technology, and in that way you can then describe what is the good practice, how you use the technology that you worked on. So, and this is similar, it's going to be similar to the VOCA database that we have. So in that way, it could be then a collection, and it will be a collection of the good practices, including technologies, case studies, practices, policies, all different aspects, and also results of your study. We have now decided on the template. Maria has mentioned that it will be made available and sent out soon. So in that way, we will have the opportunity to still collect what we are doing within the network without promoting one specific technology, and to make it fair. And I think you also mentioned the science policy interface before, and also the communication between researchers, policymakers, and farmers collecting their needs. This is perhaps something we can also look into. For now, the other FAO network, VASAC, that is specializing in water, they are working on the guidelines for farmers. And I believe that one of them, they are ready, they are like in the publishing process, so they should be ready soon. And the other ones are being prepared. But then maybe we can join the forces and also help in preparing the second guidelines, so that they have not only water perspective, but also the soil perspectives for the farmers and for the policymakers as well. Here we can also think perhaps policy briefs or the policy workshops where we people from INSAS meet policy officers would be also something to consider, just as an idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pitner. Well, now I want to apologize for something that happened yesterday. And this is that we receive the abstracts of the participants, and the only information that we have is the abstract. But we did not supervise what were the presentations. And yesterday, against the rules of FAO meetings, a company advertisement was on the screen, and this is not supported in any way by the FAO and not by INSAS as well. So I think it was an abuse of confidence because this is not allowed to recommend any kind of instruments or companies or so on. Yeah. So well, and you have another question, I think.
Also says here that people don't quite understand. Sometimes they don't get the desired effect, and policymakers have to be involved on a broader scale into our activity. That is why an idea came to me that we should organize like this kind of a side event, or try to generalize the legislative basis, and organize a get-together between INSAS and the policymakers, and organize an event for the people or together with people who make political decisions, so that to increase their involvement in the solution of the solution process. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the suggestion. I believe that this is a very good idea and something very tangible. We can organize it as one of our webinars and then also make it accessible to the policymakers from different countries. In fact, there is a database of salinity-related policies done by FAO, but at the moment it is a bit outdated. Perhaps we can take it up as one of the goals to update it with the current policies, because very often they are in local languages. So you, the members of INSAS networks, you can see if there are policies in your countries and help us to update that database. And we can also then organize a webinar for the policymakers, make them all meet and discuss as well what we can do in regard to make it better, to improve it.
Anyway, I anticipate some difficulties for getting politicians and decision makers together and discussing, because they usually have adopted a policy, and then this is my personal opinion, maybe they could be reluctant to discuss, but the idea is very good, and I supported it.
Maybe just to add, I think we should, so you probably know in each of your country who are the people that do the work behind the scenes, who prepare the documents. So these are often the people that we need to involve from the first stage, because they will be the people that talk to politicians. The politicians will be busy with their agenda, so I think it will be hard to get them. I agree with you, Jorge. But if there are people who work behind the scenes, who are the coordinators, they usually know, okay, this is what we need to do. In the Netherlands, we have people like that, and we are often in touch with them, and they also understand that procedures take time. So it's not that we talk and tomorrow things will be different. No, that's not going to happen. But at least we can try to bring them together, talk with them, what are the current processes, what are the current topics we have. And let's see, maybe it can be like ongoing dialogue that will take place for some time. But yeah, let's see. Of course, it doesn't go without challenges. It will be difficult, but we can see maybe it can work.
A first step could be if you identify who is the persons that are responsible of that, and you tell us, and then when we will have a critical mass, we will try to organize. More questions?
Said that in order to ensure the sustainability of the work, we have to involve the youth from the schools, from universities, from the colleges. That's about integration of the science, production, and
Это и школы, и лицеи, и университеты. Интеграция образования, науки, производства.
I will give the floor to Maria that has shown us a lot of teaching materials.
No, I came here for another option. I wanted to say that actually we can, it would be good if we finish now, because the next session on crops, we have two invited speakers who will be joining online, and I don't want them to wait for us. And yesterday the lunch took us 1 hour and a half. So as soon as we finished with the session, can we close?
You are not blaming me.
No, you were perfect. I just joined here to make this note.
You are kindly invited to join in the time that it is stated. It is 1:30, because you know, remote communications sometimes has difficulties, and we don't want to demotivate these panelists that are waiting for our.
Да, у нас присоединится двое коллег, и
One from Zigma, from one Pakistan will join, so it will not be pleasant to wait us until we come back from the lunch. So we have to now break for lunch, and just 2:30 we should be back. 2:30 we should be back. No one is going to be late, all right? Because
Any more questions? So here in my agenda, it is written group photo.
Yes.
But no, after that, after group
Like you're on break now. Okay. Yeah, maybe. There's nobody online. They've put it off. It's not on according to what they sent you. Said they're going to be on break from 9:30 to 10:30. It's planning by opening group 1. So 10:30 to 11 is coffee break. No, no. The meeting is up, but nobody is. Okay. So after some time, I'll try to. Go enter
the participants of the panelists that will participate online, and they are still not ready. So we kindly wait for them. Thank you. For the screen presentation. Thank you for waiting, dear panelists and participants. Now it's on the screen. We today have the privilege of having distinguished panelists that I will introduce. First, allow me to introduce to Dr. Dionisia Angelikilida, that works as an allophyte agronomist and at the International Center of Biosaline Agriculture in Dubai, United Arab Emirates, and this is not from yesterday, it is since 2013. She has been working on evaluating allophytic salt-loving crops in inland and coastal desert areas, exploring multiple uses, food, feed, industrial uses, and so on. She has been also working on integrated agriculture farming systems that combine agriculture with aquaculture, utilizing low-quality water resources, such as the rejected brine from desalination, aquaculture effluents, so growing allophytes in hot and desert areas. Dr. Lira was announced as one of the 140 global innovators within Expo Life, Expo 2020, Global Innovation and Partnerships Program. The Expo Life project she was leading from desert farm to fork value chain development for innovative allo-feed-based food products, received the Khalifa International Award for the most pioneering development and productive project in 2022. She is a strong advocate of allophytes, looking into developing their market and commercial potential in hot and dry areas, focusing on the development of nutritious allophyte-based food products. Her vision is to develop, through successful partnerships, sustainable, nutrient-dense, climate-resilient farming systems tailor-made to the needs of farming communities living in marginal environments, utilizing low-quality water and land resources to grow allophytic crops, enhancing food, nutrition, water, and income security. I will introduce as well to Dr. Bilkis, a professor and director of the Research, Innovation and Commercialization in the University of Karachi, Pakistan, and director as well of the Ahmal Khan Institute. They have a long trajectory in the field of allophytes. And as well, allow me to introduce to Dr. Kristina Todrich, that you know well because she as well presented yesterday their work in Uzbekistan, that is professor in the International Platform for Dryland Research and Education in the Tottori University of Japan. So we are privileged to have such qualified and internationally recognized panelists, and it's my pleasure to give the floor to Dr. Dionisia Angeliki Lira. Dr. Dionisia, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
And I hope you can see me as well, perfectly well, right?
As well, everything is perfect.
Okay. Thank you so much for the invitation to contribute and present the Saline Agriculture Working Group activities under the WASAG framework. I would like to extend my thanks to Maria and Kate for the invitation. So without any further delay, I would like to share my screen. So I cannot start, okay, screen share while the other participant is sharing. So someone is already sharing. So Maria,
you can try a stop.
Okay, I think it's feasible now. Okay. So can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So first of all, the WASAG is just to give you the context. It's the global framework on water scarcity in agriculture. It was established in 2016, and it's under the auspices of FAO. Looking into how to deal with water scarcity issues and whatever is related, whatever challenges are related to improving the water and overall the farming context within nutrition, also migration, also challenges are tackled within this framework as well, bringing together governmental agencies, international organizations, research institutions, advocacy groups, and professional membership organizations in order to make more impact on these on the climate changing challenges that really impact water scarcity and other challenges that agriculture is facing nowadays. So within WASAG, there have been 6 working groups formed. So the one is water migration, drought preparedness, financing mechanisms, water nutrition, sustainable agriculture, water use. And the last one, which is actually the last working group formed within WASAG framework, is the one on saline agriculture. So if you click on this specific working group, so we focus on identifying practical solutions, practicable solutions that maximize opportunities offered by biosaline agriculture in the context of climate change towards developing more climate resilient, sustainable, and innovative farming systems, specifically customized for salt-affected areas. As we all know, the newly published soil salinity maps by GSP, Global Soil Partnership, really it is very much, the soil salinization is really aggravating issue that we have to tackle from multifaceted and multidisciplinary aspects. So this is what saline agriculture is bringing forward, this multidisciplinarity, in order to tackle the soil and water salinity issues continuously rising on global level. So far, the activities that we have run is actually 2 webinars. The one was in 2020. It was on scaling up opportunities and challenges. So during this webinar, we presented different projects that are actually giving tangible outcomes about saline agriculture, about the potential the products out of saline agriculture has through different kind of farming approaches. For example, growing salt-tolerant varieties of conventional crops in mild salinities, whereas in higher salinities, we can focus on the halophytic crops. So we had a good range of panelists and presenters like Ariane DeVos, the salt doctors. We had also Andres Parra Gonzalez from Sebas SIC from Spain. So all these different expertise were very much valid and contributed significantly for the scope of this webinar. Later on, in June 2020, we ran a second webinar about the water and soil management in salt-affected areas. Here we had also a diversified spectrum of expertise from ESID, from Sebas SIC, from Italian entities related to water. So it was a really rich in context webinar that really gave great input to the participants and to the members that really attended this webinar overall. So after running these 2 first activities of our working group, and because these we received high attendance, we thought why not to go one step further and expand these presentations, these webinars, into actual guidelines, into documents addressed specifically for farmers who are dealing with challenges in salt-affected areas. So currently, and now I will switch to stop share, and then I will share my PowerPoint. Okay. Okay, you can see now. So the thinking behind this step was actually how we could assist the farmers, entrepreneurs, agripreneurs, extension officers, local farming enterprises, agricultural cooperatives that are really dealing with salinity issues in their regions. So we are very much familiar that, and we are very much aware that there are such similar documents probably in place. However, they are more scientific, and that was the challenge that the team actually faced, how we can break down all the scientific rich knowledge into lay people into simplistic language that can farmers can really understand. And actually the vision of the team is not only to actually have it in the English version, because probably most of the farmers who are dealing with salinity issues. They are not speaking English at all. So we have somehow to reach them and to reach the languages that they really speak. Either it's a Hindi or it's Arabic or it's Chinese, it's Spanish. Also Dutch, some, for example, Netherlands is one of the countries that is really devastated by salinity issues. So we really have to reach these groups that really are dealing with salinity face to face. They have this immediate and realistic exchange with salinity issues and are trying to deal with this. So for the time being, the Saline Agriculture Working Group was split in two smaller groups. And the first group worked on what we call the thematic one. So we have worked on developing the farmers' guidelines on soil and water management in salt-affected areas. So you see, we had great contributors in place. And also there is a big group of experts of different disciplines. So in this document, we actually try to start from scratch. So we give the definitions, for example, of what is salinity, what is acidity, what are the differences. Also, how we can manage the different management practices for water. For example, what type of irrigation system a farmer could apply in its region, having X, Y, Z crop, in order to alleviate the soil from the salinity buildup and to mitigate. We also provide different kind of solutions in terms of for example, how to make soil and water salinity assessments, both in lab and in the field. So trying to really simplify in a Q&A format. This is the format that we have applied for our guidelines for thematic 1 and for thematic 2 that I will explain later on. So someone can very easily click on the question that might pop up in his mind, and then immediately the reply, the answer comes, pops up. So, of course, this is a kind of tool. It is a dynamic tool. Does not mean that whatever we have developed so far is going to remain stagnant. We aspire these kind of guidelines to become really dynamic, and of course, to develop a kind of versatile, probably smart application, or, through all these digital technologies that can really facilitate to intrude and to pass the knowledge and the information to the right and to the people who are really struggling with salinity issues. The thematic 2 is more related to the farming systems that are more better suited to salt-affected areas. To the crops that someone can grow. For example, we have case studies like quinoa, like salt-tolerant rice. We also have the case studies of halophytes. For example, Iqba and me personally, we've been working on salicornia. So we have we have been working with food companies, with commercial entities related to culinary sector, and see what kind of innovation we can bring in terms of food and feed at a later stage. So all this important information that give actually tangible products outcomes are very much important to be communicated to that level. So apart from the crops, the farming schemes, we are also providing proper management practices. For example, what kind of irrigation, fertilization, soil management, pest control is better. The package, the proper management practices package that is going to secure and ensure the longevity and sustainability of these saline farming systems. And of course, in order to make all these arguments much more solid and tangible, we are going to present real case studies from projects. from projects that the partners, the members of the working group have actually worked on and already led in the past or are currently leading, in order to showcase that actually the saline farming has a case to present to the world about dealing with climate change and salinization issues in a much more trustworthy, reliable, and solid way. So these are the contributing authors for the second thematic, which actually follows the first one. So we aspire that at least the first thematic is going to be showcased. We are now in contact with the WASAG FAO head team about having this probably presented in a webinar or in another way that is actually facilitating the purpose and the target of the goal of this activity. And of course, the second thematic will follow. So regarding the saline agriculture working group, I'm the one who is leading, but of course we are a bigger team here. Of the contributing authors, you already understood. I mean, the big consortium that we have built so far. One more point I would like to highlight is several times I have emphasized to the team of INSAS, to Maria and Kate as well, is that it's not actually to compete. We have to complete each other. I think the salinization issues are becoming more and more urgent for us to find the proper solutions to deal with. Finding the proper streams and synergizing and interacting among us in order to have products in place that really can have better outreach, better visibility, or of course, bigger impact, that would be really, it is very much important. So whoever wants to join the team, I would say things are very much flexible, versatile. There is no membership fee, nothing, I mean, in place for someone to join. Of course, all of us are offering our services in kind. However, I think the vision and the target that we are really serving here is very much important for the scope and the targets that we can achieve together in the future for all these challenging issues on salinization in agriculture. That is all from my end. If there are any questions or some comments, I would be very happy to address. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dionysia, for your presentation and let us know such interesting initiative. And I think that nobody is suspicious of that any kind of competition, because ICBA is in the seed and in the very beginning of the INSAS as well. So it is a common interest what is developed in different scenarios, and we are very proud of having you here and learning from your experience. And after that, I want to give the floor to Maria Kuniuskova, who there are questions. Okay, who asked it for? Oh, no? So I will give the floor to Maria. So please go ahead, introduce yourself.
Hey, I'm Pim van Tongeren. I work for the FAO Universiteit Amsterdam. Nice to meet you. Yeah, in a previous session, Dr. Nagaj had a really good point about salinity really being on the nexus of food and water. And therefore, I think that WASAG is not just a parallel group to INSAS, but there are also lots of synergies that could be attained between INSAS and WASAG. So I'm kind of wondering on how INSAS and WASAG should structurally be to work together in the future. Is there any traction for that? And if not, how should we coordinate that?
Yeah, actually, the volume is a bit low, so I cannot hear very well, but I think I captured most of what you said. Thank you for the comments. Of course, I think this is not on saline agriculture working group to decide, how we are going to synergize, but definitely from time to time, I've met with Kate or with Maria and with some other members and experts from, from these from WASAG, INSAS, from FAO. So I think we have to find the proper streams on how to collaborate. I think, and I'm sure the majority of the experts and the participants here, they are very much familiar that the salinization issues, they are becoming more and more severe. We have to deal with this. We have to find solutions. And there are emerging different initiatives, frameworks, networks coming up. The point is not to have a bunch of different groups. Of course, there is interest that might serve different goals, for example, policy or research or academia or commercial market, whatever value chain, these different sectors. But we have somehow to find the proper streams on how we could synergize. I think at the next level from my end would be, for example, to meet with the WASAG head team. We know Zanboroto, Rosaida, and probably with INSAS team, Maria and her team, to see how we could really build these synergies to become more impactful in the end. Because I think this is the goal, how we can really help and assist the farmers, the people who are dealing with these salinity issues.
Okay, great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now Maria has a question or a comment.
Yes, I would like to add to the, not to the end, but to complement to the answer of Sisi. And Sisi, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Yeah, compliment to what Sisi said to the question of PIM, that we were discussing that we can think about, we can start not promote, because there is some work behind to organize the year of halophytes or something of that kind. It will need many efforts from the experts to develop the concept node, to develop quite many materials to justify such a initiative. But I think it will be very, very much, so it will give a great advance in the promoting halophyte agriculture, because if you know, each year FAO, they organize the year of something. So this year is the year of some crop. I don't know the English for
It's
that.
the year of millets.
Yes, the year of millets. And I can see that all FAO offices, they are working hard with the governments, with the people, with institutions everywhere in each part of the world, promoting millets worldwide. So, and I checked, there is no year of halophytes. There is nothing related to it in FAO, some sort of year or decade or day. So I think that it can be a good point for us to join our efforts, to work on it. And from our side, it is also very important, because we understand that this is the future if we want to manage, let's say, severely salt-affected soils. It is the best way to grow halophytes. This is the only way that we can advise, recommend to people. So yes, that's one of the options that we. But I agree with Sisi that we can organize the meeting to the way forward. So thank you, PIM, for asking. Thank you.
And we have another question. Primitiva, present yourself.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you, Dionysia, for taking us through the saline agriculture.
Excuse me, speak louder because some sound.
Okay, okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. You have shared with us about saline agriculture, and this shows that we needed to look on the way how we can work with this soil. We should not fight it rather than to see the resilience way we can work and still producing food. I would like to know the next plan of saline agriculture, or you have invited people to join. Yeah, can I know what's the next plan for somebody who is joining? How is he or she will contribute in this process? Thank you.
Okay, so for the time being, the working group is focusing on how we can better present and showcase these guidelines that we have developed. So thematic one is almost ready for publication. So the thematic two follows. So the working group for the time being is focusing on that. However, of course, I mean, the future activities are related, for example, to update the threshold of the crops salt tolerance that are in some appendices in FAO documents and guidelines. So this is a really old kind of reference. So this is one of the future activities that we have committed to contribute, and this is a huge work to be done. So we need actually people, and experts to be involved in this task, to review and also to update these databases. Of course, this is one of the activities. The other activity is we would really like to focus more on trainings for farmers. We would really like to focus on actually hands-on training experience for farmers, for extension officers, probably for professionals through online webinars or these kind of approaches. But of course, we need a budget for these activities. For example, if we are going to meet in person, if we are going to focus on hands-on training, we need some kind of grant fund to have in place in order to finance these activities. We are in discussion with FAO, frankly speaking, with WASAG. Currently, WASAG is developing the strategy for the next 4 or 5 years. So even WASAG now is under a reform phase. So having the new strategy in place for WASAG, then I'm sure, and after discussing with the head team and with internally with our members, to see which activities we could run in a more targeted way, because I think we can run probably 1 million activities, right? But what is the target and the objective of each activity that we can reach, we can make more impact? I think this is the biggest question that we have to address. You know, what are the main and the most important activities to have in place to deal with such kind of salinization and with such kind of big challenges and big issues in place.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dionisia Geriki, for your presentation. That I think that will be very informative as well for members that are now participating in online modality. And a part of that, all the symposium is recorded, so people can later come back and get the details for contacting and addressing to you. Thank you very much for your participation.
May I have a comment, please?
Shortly, because yeah. It's Christina. Identify yourself. Who is speaking?
Yes, I would like to say hello to Cici. I'm very happy to see you. And actually, I am most happy that we are part of different international teams related to saline agriculture, and really appreciate that WASAG is taking leadership regarding distribution of or developing of such kind of interesting manuals. The only what I would like shortly to mention, CC, I think we need to put more efforts regarding this electronic database of halophytes that was under discussion for many times. So we don't have, still now we didn't have for different global regions, which is there, which kind of halophytes might be in the first step of domestication, second step, which already are nearby a transit crops, as we call non-conventional crops. So permalet is non-conventional crops, and how all these non-conventional crops and halophytes become of a part of traditional agriculture. We are not going to change traditional agriculture. We are not going to fight with salinity. We really would like to find a good solution. This is one. And second point, I think you agree with me, we need globally to support this germplasm data documentation, conservation. I know that recently I visited Yigba, and it is my home actually, because I feel a part of Yigba, and you have a very famous gene bank, but we don't have so many around the world, across the world. I think we need to think about this as well. So congratulations for perfect. Nice presentation, and my best for my colleagues at Yigba. Thank you so much, Cici.
Thank you, Christina. What I would like to say about this crops salt tolerance table is exactly because for the thematic 2, we had a long debate with the experts about what are the levels of salinity for a crop. Because, for example, for rice, there are varieties who are salt sensitive. There are other varieties who are mild salt tolerant or more salt tolerant. So all these challenges that even the experts are trying to dig and to bring more information about the salinity and the thresholds of each crop are very much important to be highlighted. And this is why I talked about, to revisit this long list of crops that was published several decades actually back, and in a lay people, but still scientific way to revise all these values. So I think it's very much important under the light of salinization, aggravating issue, to have germplasm, as Christina mentioned, or have some bullet points or whatever, some end notes, whatever for each crop, with of course accompanying references about the thresholds and the salinity tolerance for each crop. And of course, halophytes could be a new group that could be included in this long crops list. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I saw a hand raised by
yes, but excuse me,
I don't know.
Dionysia, I asked you for your understanding how hard it is administrating the time. And we have invited other panelists, and the time is limited, so we should give the floor to another one. And I'm very happy that Christina already did a forecast of her presentation, that this will allow us to make savings. Thank you very much. Keep with us, please.
Sure.
And later we will convey you the questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
And it is my pleasure now to give the floor to Professor Dr. Bilkes Gül. So, Professor Bilkes, the floor is yours.
Welcome and good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Thank you.
Actually, I don't have any slides. I just want to discuss. Yeah.
Lucas, yes, no, actually there is no request for the slides.
Okay.
As we discussed, we are interested in your opinion about, we have this working group on salt affected soils and crops, and we are we have this technical session to develop the work plan of this working group. And here we can see that there is already quite much work that is done with halophytes, with saline agriculture, which was presented by Cici in the previous presentation. And so from you, we are interested to know your, let's say, ideas, experience. How can we promote halophyte agriculture, having this group of INSAS network, which is quite, let's say, extensive. So how can we help? What can we do to promote the group, to promote growing halophytes worldwide? That was the question to you.
All right, now I understand. Thank you for your insight question. And by working together, I think, and leveraging different group expertise like FAO and INSAS can help countries overcome the challenges associated with halophyte farming. And I think it will facilitate the transition toward more sustainable and resilient agri-food system. And mostly halophyte, cultivation of halophyte as a sustainable approach to managing soil severely affected by salinity, present promising opportunities these days. So the main issues faced by farmers, especially when they are dealing with halophytes or biosaline agriculture, there are so many problems and so many key issues that farmers encounter when growing halophytes, like lack of knowledge. Biosaline agriculture is different from conventional agriculture, and that is the main problem. Many farmers may not be familiar with halophyte farming techniques and their benefit or the appropriate cultivation practices for these crops. And the other cause may be limited access to suitable halophyte varieties because the availability of high-yielding and commercially viable halophyte varieties may be limited, and making it challenging for farmers to acquire seed or planting materials. And there are so many other issues, infrastructure and technology requirements and market demand and profitability, and there are so many other factors involved. So I think to support countries in facilitating the change in agri-food system toward halophyte farming, both the Food and Agriculture Organization and the International Network for Salt-Affected Soil can play a crucial role. And some specific ways that they can provide support, like FAO and INSAS can conduct training programs, workshop, and knowledge sharing platforms to educate farmers about the benefit, cultivation technique, and best practices of halophyte farming. I think this will help build farmer capacity and awareness. And the other way, maybe FAO and INSAS can collaborate on research project to develop improved halophyte varieties that are high yielding, resilient to salinity, and have described trade for both farmer and consumers, as well as provide technical assistance and extension services for local farmers, or extension services can ensure the dissemination of knowledge and best practice to farmer at the grassroots level. As well as the main problem is in the biosaline agriculture that we are facing is to convince the policy and advocacy, convince the government and the policy makers. So in my opinion, FAO and INSAS can advocate for policy reform and incentive to encourage the adoption of halophyte farming. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you. We hesitate if you have developed the whole argument or so. Thank you very much for your point and opinion. And if you want to add something else, or do you think that we can pass to the next speaker and maybe later together you can interact, the three panelists, with the participants as well? So can I give the floor to the next speaker?
Yes, sure.
Or do you want to add something? Hello?
Yeah, you are. You can give floor to the next speaker.
Thank you both. Please kindly keep with us. And now it is my pleasure to give the floor to Christina Toderi, that already has launched some of her points. And Christina, please, the floor is yours.
Hearing me? I am very sorry that my connection might be not good, but I will try as much as the voice is here. It's okay with you. Do you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Great.
Go ahead.
Yes, actually, I completely agree with my colleagues, with Dr. Gul and Sisi, regarding all the points they addressed. And in addition, I would like to mention that for promotion of this halophytic farming, that it's really very important. We need more science. Unfortunately, even we don't have enough research. Do you know, because halophytes are very diverse, different categories of groups, categories of groups that might be accumulating of salts, or some of them are excluding the salts. Some of halophytes might involve different organs, how to deal with salinity. In this case, in order to develop very clearly well-addressed technology for salt removal capacity of halophytes, we need to have more science related to this evaluation of wild halophytes itself. So we need maybe in frame of INSAS to organize such so-called field expedition missions in different very important areas where these categories of halophytes are growing in wild habitats. I mean, we can include, for example, some field expedition mission in the sandy desert, in the deltas of the rivers, the dry bottom of Aral Sea, for example, where I will visit it next days, because there are a lot of such kind of genetic resources still are non-developed, forgotten, even not knowing, not only for farmers, but even for science. In order to, this is the first point. Second point, that it's really very important, and here we go to farmers, for example. Why farmers still now are not so much interested in promotion or introduction of these halophytes in the traditional agriculture? The problem is the many of farmers doesn't have access to good quality seeds. So second point that should be addressed here, how to develop the seed production and seed multiplication for such kind of crops. Of course, we already had a good success in pure millet, in quinoa, in amaranthus, about 20 species I can tell you. Is such category of species is non-traditional crops. So we need to develop this seed production and seed multiplication on the on station level. After that, having the seed production, seed multiplication, we need to think for seed gene bank locally in each of these areas. Another very important point is all of these species are almost wild. And we need to start probably very quick to develop a quick breeding program, breeding technique, very good breeding technique in order to convince farmers or to guarantee farmers that they will have good access to good quality seeds. Another point that should be really addressed is to develop a special manual, a special seed germination protocol, because farmers would like to for example, salicornia, or they would like a triplex or something so. And first problems they face, they can't get good seedling establishment. If they don't have good establishment, they will forget about our holophytic farming. So we need to develop more, training manuals. We need to develop more in a very good access and a very simple language to address these missing points. And of course, I agree completely with my colleagues that we need to integrate in one platform, in one thinking, all of these international organizations that are dealing with holophytic farming or saline agriculture. I mean WASAG, I mean, for example, I know very well Institute of Karachi, University of Karachi in Pakistan, and my deep respect to the group there. And we have a food INSAS, for example, and food agriculture organization might be our common umbrella. So to gathering us together and to make this global platform related to saline holophytic farming. So there are a lot of things in place before we can make a very good success stories in saline holophytic farming. And another question that should be also discussed here is value chain and marketing. For example, if succeeded to promote very good biomass production for livestock feeding, let's say, or some grains for quinoa, etc., but this is not enough. It's not enough because we need to have all this packaging, all this technology cultivation packages in one packages, I mean. And also I think that we need to address how to develop some education curricula at the academia level, at the universities level. For example, I don't know, probably University of Karachi has such kind of student curricula or education curricula than there. For example, in Central Asia, I know that there is no department at the universities related to saline agriculture. Maybe it's time to address this question, not only to policymakers, but to academia as well, to develop such kind of curricula and the universities and the research institutions. So students from the early stage will be involved in developing of this very difficult agriculture. It's not easy. And in addition, when we mention holophytic farming, doesn't mean that we're dealing only with holophytes. Actually, we're addressing now new concept. We call it circular holophytic mixed farming, where we need to involve all of these low quality resources. I mean, water, plants, soil, in one package. Thank you so much. Actually, here I can stop. If it will be a question, I can reply quick.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cristina Todrich, for your very interesting reflections and recommendations. And now we will give the floor for somebody that asked through internet, Dr. Youssef Hassemenejad. So, Dr. Hashemi Nejad, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Batasades. Do you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I think my question returns to all of the panel members and the chair in the Tashkent. We should differentiate and standardize the terms we introduced during these 2 days. For example, here we see the term saline agriculture. And Dr. Berges-Kohl also mentioned the halophyte farming or bisaline agriculture. And we, in Iran, we introduced the term haloculture. Of course, there is some differences between these different terms. For example, in Iran, we use the saline agriculture for the conventional crops. When we irrigate the, for example, pistachio with saline water, this kind of agriculture is called saline agriculture. Actually, the farmers are familiar with this kind of agriculture because they have experiences of years of irrigation and agriculture with this type of water. But for halophyte farming, the problem is somewhat different because we have a range of quite different kind of halophyte crops, halophyte plants, which could be domesticated and introduced to the agricultural system. For example, the quinoa is one of the most typical of these plants, which has introduced to the farming system of many countries, including Iran. But for Salicornia, for example, it is not introduced as a common plant for agriculture. So this type of farming could be correctly used as halophyte farming. But about bisaline agriculture, I think it used quite a merge of saline agriculture and halophyte farming. About haloculture, we use this term for integrated system, which includes fisheries, crop production, for example, wood production, and some environmental services, for example, dust storm fixation of dust storm canons, and for example, energy production under saline conditions. This kind of integrated system is called haloculture. For haloculture,
Joseph, excuse me.
Yeah.
I understand that you are giving more a comment than that a question, and I will open the floor for the panelists if they want to make some discussion about your point. Do you agree?
Yes.
Thank you.
Actually, if you give me, because I have a connection now, if you give me the floor, I would really agree with the question.
Any of the panelists, feel free to take the floor in an active discussion if you want.
Yes, Christina wants to have some explanation, I think.
Yes,
Christina, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Question is really very, very important. And actually, we need to start with this one. First of all, we need to make clearly what you put in this definition, because all around the world, as you mentioned, we have different definition. If you would like to know my opinion is to use saline agriculture as a general term, because saline agriculture include everything related to salinity, biophysical, biological, microbiology, and all of this, even energy production, etc. So it should be saline agriculture.
all through halophytic farming, through aquaculture fisheries, through agroforestry, through different tools, different means, but it should be in general saline agriculture, in my opinion. And also here we should include utilization of different categories of resources, also low quality water, everything renewable energy, renewable water use, utilization of agricultural water, everything should be in this saline agriculture.
Satisfied with the opinion, Joseph?
Thank you, Christina.
If any other of the panelists want to add something, or somebody here, do you have any comment?
And the second one, we have to differentiate between the level of salinity we are talking about. For example, we are talking about the salinity of seawater. We are talking about seawater farming, or we are using the drain water and the level of salinity we are faced with the in drain water to use in agriculture, or we are talking about the brackish water, because many of salinity levels which are we are faced in Iran are very higher than the salinity levels in for example, in Europe or many parts of the United States, for example. And these, for example, the 4 decimals per meter of irrigation water is not considered as saline water in Iran, because the agriculture system in Iran is adopted to the salinity levels of higher salinity levels. As it could not be considered as saline agriculture. For example, in pistachio.
Thank you. I'm sorry, you know how difficult is administrative time. And I think that your point is clear, but maybe it deserves longer explanation. And I invite you to write your point, and we will convey this to the panelists and other participants, if interested, to be discussed in depth. So thank you, and thank you, dear panelists, Dr. Dionysia, Dr. Bilkis, Dr. Christina, for your very valuable information, and thank you very much for sharing your knowledge and giving us a clear picture of what should be done. And with that, we should move to the next working group presentations. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. And now we move to the working group 4, that is salt affected soils and water, integrated soil and water management under saline sodic conditions. That, as you know, quite all the topics of the working groups are interrelated, but we took such approach trying to get the core of the problem, and later we try to interact. So speaking about salinity, and there is no isolated topic. And now it is interesting trying to discuss about the integrated management of soil and water, because salinity, the driver, the vector is always water. So, and we have invited 2 panelists. First one is Dr. Meysam Rezei, is the vice chair of our network INSAS, that works in the Soil and Water Research Institute in Karaj, Iran. And the second panelist is Dr. Serif Khan Atanov from Kazakhstan. And are you there? Thank you. So as a seed for further discussion, I invite to Dr. Meysam to give his point and develop the arguments that can be considered here for discussion. Dr. Mason, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Jorge, and thank you for the participants who are here and some who joined virtually. So I would like to shortly report what we have done in the working group during last 2 years. Actually, we had the first working group session in June 2021, and we come up to develop the manual of sustainable water management in sodic and saline environment. Yeah, and so we work on it. We try to make a draft on the.
Excuse me, it seems that somebody online is, the microphone is on. Could you please mute it?
Yeah. We asked a member of this group, this working group, to help us and try to draft the structure of the manuals during 1 year. And in May 2022, we drafted the structure of the manual. It is ready, and we advertised and we asked and requested the member of this group to contribute, prepare some material, some information on each title of the or outline of the or structure of the manual. So we had like 8 meetings during 2 years, and we invited the member of this working group to participate, preparing the or filling in the questionnaire that we provided already, and also participated in the best practices and best technologies, because the water management also is involved in that working plan. So, you know, the strategy is that we try to find out, or we try to put something in the manual that's not mentioned or missing in the previous publication of FAO. And we ask the people to give the ID, give the suggestion, what was missed, and we have to elaborate it further. So we try to find out which topic should be addressed further, especially irrigation, drainage, water logging, and the quality of water or indicators in water management. So the idea was trying to find out the booklet, and it can be translated, or we can develop an application based on the booklet. That's our manual that we will provide, and it is planned to finalize it till end of this year. So I also would like to invite the people who are interested to contribute to prepare this manual. You are always welcome to contribute. So that's from the report that I have now, but the question that we talked with the professor yesterday, if we use brackish water, or if we use the water which decreasing the quality during the years, what will happen, and what should we do in our water management strategy in salt-affected soil? And what we can do as INSAS members. You know, there are several innovations, several technologies, and private sector can use. But what we can do as a FAO INSAS to the stakeholder and farmers all over the world. And I would like to invite you to contribute and discuss about this topic, or maybe something else that you have in your mind. Thank you. Yeah. So From my side, maybe.
If there is no comments from the panel,
yeah,
so we can invite Serikjan Atanov for his
short intervention
and reflections, because yes, we already addressed this question to him. He is quite familiar with the projects which are related to irrigation, also on salt affected soils in Kazakhstan. So we hope that he can somehow respond to your question.
Thank you very much, Maria. I will switch to Russian. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the invitation. First of all, I would like to say that I am not a doctor, but thank you very much for introducing me as a doctor. I'm not a specialist in the soils. I'm hydrologist. That is why I quite understand why it is important, the state of the water resources, especially when we're talking about irrigation. I work within the framework of Kasim project, which was introduced yesterday by my colleague, Mr. Mahmoud. And we organized a panel discussion on the sidelines of this event. If we are talking about the integrated soil and water management, then we are talking about a collection of strategies and practices in the management of water and soil resources. And if we're talking about strategies and management tactics, then we have to understand the state of the water resources. And of course, we cannot talk about the state of something without the monitoring. If we don't do the monitoring activities, how can we make assumptions? How can we manage? Because we have situations when the water for irrigation is already salinated, is already brackish, and it affects the fertility of the soil. For example, I have an example to show. For example, within our framework in Kyrgyzstan, we installed water monitoring systems. When we talk about the irrigation water monitoring systems, we can talk only about the quantitative approach, not a quality approach. So when we did the analysis, we understood that there is a significant water loss from the water source to the agricultural fields. And the same situation applies to the water quality when we start measuring the water quality. That is why, within the framework of our project, we have some practices on management of those land resources, which were registered in the OCAD system. You can find them. And we're now trying to promote these technologies that were used within the framework of our project, which are based on the knowledge and skills and practices of the local residents and which have been adopted for, say, global use. Of course, I'd like to focus more on water quality. First of all, when we talk about the water quality, we have to understand, is there a other monitoring activities? And can we use these activities to purify the water? Yesterday, Miss Melanie took part in our session. She was representing a private company. And they help with the desalinization. So they use reverse osmosis systems, which without using the batteries can purify the water up to 500 liters a day, and which can be used in some small households or small farms. So in order to get the pure water. Apart from that, I can say that. So before joining FAO, I worked on the underground waters, groundwaters, and we did some research, including in Uzbekistan at the local universities. They show that in Karshi deserts, Karshi steppes, if the groundwaters they exceed the mountains, the rivers, they start interfering and they start changing the water composition of the rivers. So when we go from upstream to downstream, we see that the water quality starts diminishing as you go down because of the over-irrigation. Over-irrigation normally leads to deterioration of the water quality. So the farmers located downstream and who irrigate their crops, they irrigate with more. So of course there are many issues. We have conventions on the use of the transborder rivers. when we can talk about the preservation of the water resources, water quality management, but I would like to focus on the local level and dwell on the monitoring. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Based on your actually discussion, I can say maybe deficit irrigation would be a good option in downstream low lands because of the quality of water. We have to give less water to the farm, so that would be a good option. Or it just comes in my mind, you know, maybe we can use another technologies, but for desalination of water needs some investments, and maybe in some part of the world we can't advise to the people to use that one because they don't have enough money to even cultivate some a small amount of products. So it's very difficult and very tough to or tricky to say that, okay, this is the technology, you can use that technology to desalinize your water and then produce, because in some part of the world, in some part of the area, we don't have enough energy and fuel to even to make a tillage or even do some activity in the field. So this is we should take into account to arrange and try to have a good guideline for the farmers. Thank you. So
may I make a comment as plain participant, not as chair? Sometimes trying to find easy solutions that's giving to the farmers and practitioners, we simplify such complex problem of salinity. And all you know that salinity has so many sources. For example, there is the case of people irrigation with good quality water, but the soil sediments, they have fossil salinity, for an example. So, and in other cases, we have a very fluctuating quality of the water supply. And that's why I think that it will be very interesting if you during the training, Mason, can show how the use of models, everybody has now a computer and the models are free, how with the use of the model and some capacity building, you can make a scenarios analysis, what is called a scenarios analysis. So it means, what if this condition and this condition and this year will, the rainfall will be more abundant or less, and if we use such crop that takes this amount of water from the soil, and that makes you, gives you scenarios that could be managed in such way. This is the worst scenario, this is the best scenario. And then because there is always an uncertainty that about any phenomenon that will happen in the future. And I think that we should not get so close to simplify a problem, giving some easy rules. Nowadays that the tools exist and the technical stuff exists at any country. And so I think that it's in this point, it is a matter mainly of capacity building. This is my comment. Is there any question or comment? Can you share with us if you identify clearly in your country where the salinity problems come from brackish water that you must use, and if sometimes or do you have a good quality water and bad kind of soils, or if you have using this alternate irrigation with bad quality and good quality, or you trust about the rainfall in the wet time, or how is the approach that it is, if you know. This could be interesting to hear, and of course there are several participants online. I'm sure that they have some of the experience to share with us. So I make this open invitation. So we have the request for the intervention of Dr. Youssef Hassemenejad. Please go ahead. And later, Mari Idowu. But I invite you, we benefit of that, the discussion and the intervention is as wide as possible, because we know what we learn from others, and so it is very important that you share with us, and it is very generous from your side. So.
Thank you. About your question, Jorge, in Iran, the places which are saline are located mainly in the central plateau, where the problem of salinity in this area is irrigation with saline water. And in this area, the farmers mainly, the farmers do not have access to the alternate source of irrigation. So they cannot irrigate with another source of irrigation water with different quality. But in areas with drainage water, they may have the opportunity to use the drain water as irrigation water. For example, in Zayanderud river basin, or in Khuzestan province, they have the opportunity to use the drainage water as irrigation water. But the mainly for the quality of irrigation water, the main problem is the salinity of irrigation water, not the sodicity. Sodicity is not so important in Iran because most of the irrigation water sources in Iran have at the same time have a high level of salinity, while they have the sodicity problem. So the higher EC of irrigation water can reduce the problem of sodicity in the plant or in the soil, and soils are generally have a light texture, so they don't show the infiltration problems. And the sodicity problem is not so elevated in the fields of Iran.
Thank you very much. Now we have another request, that is Marie Dovu. The floor is yours. Marie?
Thank you. Hello?
Yes, a bit distorted. Try to speak loud, and let's see if this improves. Marie, the floor is yours.
Hello?
Hello, the floor is yours.
Hello? Okay. From the
Yes,
review that I have carried out, I observed the stem of validity in Nigeria is more pronounced in the southern part of the country, where we have less precipitation and due to accumulation of soil on the soil surface. And under irrigation, study reported that there are cases of blockage of drainage under irrigation, and this blockage results into waterlogging as well as accumulation of salt around the irrigated farm. So there is a need to overcome that. Better irrigation management is required. And when soil water is being used over a time, there could be the need, there could be increase in the salt concentration due to fertilizer use. So, and also issue of the crops. There are crops that are performing better because we have strategies for coffee with high salt content. As presenters have mentioned, we have to identify the plants and work on them and see how we can adopt them more, especially in those areas where they are being living. Like in the northern Nigeria now, there is of fertility, resorting to farmer and herdsmen conflict. They are unable to sustain the animals any longer. So the herdsmen coming to the south, taking over farmers' farms. I see this as an opportunity to even stop and reduce cases of conflicts in the industry. And again, I want to say sodium is not a bad element, all the same. Because I've been working with sodium for a couple of years, and I discovered that certain level of sodium in crops really enhance
Mary,
the
sorry.
Yes.
Mary, sorry to interrupt you. We are sorry of that. We hear half of the words, and so kindly write in the chat your main points because your connection is fluctuating and we cannot understand. Please do that through the chat, and we will pass the question to the panelists.
Okay.
The floor is yours, as always, identify.
Can I speak?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, sir. Give me a chance. I just want to share my experience in Bangladesh. You know that Bangladesh is a riverine land, and salinity is due to coastal marine water intrusion. And in Bangladesh, in the coastal region, we usually collect water from different channel and river on a regular basis and test it in the laboratory and forecast the result among the extension worker. Either it is suitable for irrigation or it's not suitable. But in the case of brackish water shrimp cultivation, in the rainy season when it is heavy rainfall, the water salinity goes down, the shrimp cultivation farmer added more salt in the water, and you know that the shrimp cultivation is little bit lucrative, but at the end of the day, it's not ecologically and economically viable. They add more salt in the water and makes a horrible situation. We are helpless in this case, and we are now trying to make understand them this is not good for our agriculture, but it will take time. Thank you.
Interesting, because the intuitive, we think that you within the monsoons you will have a salt removal and things will. So it seems not to be so easy. I remember a case in Spain that 1 year was so severe drought that there was not water available, and even restriction for drinking water and so. And so farmers decided to exploit a fossil confined aquifer that has high salinity. And what they got, they lost the trees as well, and they induced salinity into the soil. So sometimes it's a kind of matter of desperation of people that seem that they take what they have there, even if it is crazy. So it is a social problem as well, teaching them that you should not do that even in such case. And maybe other mechanism of compensation in such catastrophic time could be established or something like that. Yeah.
May I add? Yeah, just a couple of things. When we talk about the fossil water, I will switch to Russian. Yeah. По поводу ископаемой воды, как мы ее называем, глубоко.
When we talk about the confined horizons of lower pressure, so I had very great opportunity to work in Tashkent waterbed. So in the whole Tashkent and southern part of Kazakhstan actually is there. So basically the water was used for the irrigation. So this is highly mineralized water with high content of salts, and most often in Kazakhstan, this water was used as the self-streaming water for the pastures and for the grazing of the cattle. And in other case, example, the farmers who come across with a problem of access to the upper layers of water, they tend to seek for water from the deeper layers, and they start digging the boreholes. But in most cases, this is unsanctioned one, and in most cases, the water is not actually tested for the content of different types of salts. And when farmers encounter the fact that when they actually use this water for irrigation purposes, so they end up with low level of yield. I think here we have the institutionalized or the institutionalized problem. Again, we come back to the monitoring of the quality of the water. And it seems to me that it is important to talk in particular about the institutionalization of specifically the monitoring issues, the monitoring of the quality of the water issues, especially we'll talk about the subsoil water, because in Central Asia, there is a peculiarity about the management issues. When we talk about the management of the fossil water, confined water, so we have different structures who actually deal with confined water, but in different depth. So we have the geology committee and we have the committee for water resources. There are two different institutions. There is a lack of coordination that would help bring the issues to one, denominator. So that we have common problems, but there is no one who would take responsibility to actually bring two heads together and take the decision. So we had one meeting where the representatives of two institutions came together because they couldn't come to a consensus, because they would say that, no, this is not our prerogative, speaking about non-confined waterbeds. So I think it is necessary to discuss these institutional mechanisms of coordination, to develop these proper mechanisms, and to see how the countries actually conduct the monitoring of the confined beds. And when we talk about the confined ones, which are not always used for the agricultural purposes, because most of the Central Asian countries actually inherited the legislation of the former Soviet Union, and we therefore most often use the subsoil water for for future purposes, like as a reserve, as a strategical reserve, which will be used only for the agricultural resources. When we talk about non-confined one, of course, this is the issue which is related to the other institutions. Sorry for this intervention.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. And you put on the table that it is not only a matter of technicians, but as well administrative coordination and so on. There is a raised hand of Sam Keragi. Sam Keragi?
Yes, hello everyone. Can you hear me? Yes, I'd like to just to mention about a project that was done between the FAO and Arab Water Council, AWC, during 2014 and 15. In this project, the aim was to develop a guideline for brackish water use for agricultural production in the NENA region. In that project, there are a lot of data, especially about the sources of saline water in this region, for quality as far as quantity. Also, there is a lot of information about the crops that are grown, the management practices. And at the end, there is a guideline. We know about the FAO guideline for use of saline water, but saline water.
Excuse me for interrupting you, Sam. This is interesting. If you have this publication, can you share the link in the chat? In the meanwhile, you are presenting this to us.
Yes, I will put the title of this guideline and this publication. And interestingly, at the end, we developed a guideline for use of brackish water, which is very different from the FAO publication. Yes, I will put the guideline right now. Thank you.
So, it is interesting because, well, the guidelines from FAO were done in a certain moment in the past, and it is important to learn about the local adaptation of the good practices in irrigation, and we will take this into account because now we are developing such a report of the global assessment of salt-affected soils. And this info is important because, you are following this approach, and it is different from others, and but you have established that. And if it is as well integrated into the policy of your countries, it is important to know. Thank you, and we wait for your link in the chat. Now I give the floor to Mason.
So, according to the discussions, we can say we have to do the site-specific management. And today in the morning, we had a discussion, a guy from Malaysia also said that we have to do that. And yesterday, Professor Totrich and Professor Batasalas talked about the irrigation or water management optimization or optimized water application. So I would suggest that using the model or integrated model, which uses the crop specific, the most, how would I say, tolerant crops, which is try to get their specific, their phenologic parameter, put into the model, run the model, got some data for a model, how much water it's consumed, how much the yield, and use some data in hydrological model with quantity and quality, defining the bottom boundary conditions, upper boundary conditions, and try to learn the model and indeed do the scenario analysis and get the optimized option for each site specific or each region or each local area to suggest that, okay, if you follow this kind of practice, you can get more money and put less less energy or money on your production strategy. So yeah, model can help us in that way and simplify to the farmer, and yeah, we as a scientist can do so, and then suggest in simple way with the same language as they are talking, and because we are in the extension level, so we can deliver the results, the scientific results to the farmer. Okay, that's all from my side.
If you allow me to try to describe, imagine, let's drive a figure, a geometric figure that is axis. In one axis, we will put the scale. So if it is micro scale, meso scale, or large scale, and as well temporal scale. And we will have two other axes. An axis, it is how much data are used. And in another, it is if the procedure, it's speaking about the models. If the procedure, it is mechanistic, so we know how it is based on phenomena that we can model clearly or not. And so if we combine this, we can have such models that we have a lot of data of input and a lot of data that as results, but we do not know what is happening inside. And this is a risk, because something can happen that is unexpected and can damage the system. And we can have as well a model, an approach that is quite no data, and you will recognize this kind of model very, very clearly. Quite no data, not mechanistic, but it is used. It is the expert opinion. The expert built up by experience, but it is very difficult to translate this experience to other persons, because he formed rules that it is not easy to pass by. That's the approach by models that are mechanistic and that use data. They are reproductive. You can make trust of what has been done. If you have the same model and the same data, you will get same results as any other person. And nowadays there are many models, but the best reputed view that they have been tested everywhere and for decades are only a few, and they are mechanistic, and they use data of quality, including what is very important, the chemistry, because when we speak about salinity, maybe we do not have in our brain at this time of speaking the main picture, because there is specific problems derived from boron. Quite nobody speak about boron, and as well now in some areas selenium as well, but boron is typical one, a part of but the chemistry, it is very important. And the interaction of the water, we have this water, this is suitable or not for irrigation. Stop. How is the soil? And because there will be an interaction, and this will be what we call reactive transport modeling, and this is what will be trained tomorrow by Mason. I think that it deserves to approach to that. Thank you.
Yes, I can comment about these guidelines. So finally, Joseph found which one? Yes, okay. So first of all, the guidelines for brackish water, which some Geragati was mentioning. So it seems that this one, Simon, is it correct? And so it was published jointly by FAO and AWC in 2023. So I share it with you.
No, it is It is not
Still-
far from FAO. It is far from former publication.
Yes, it's far from former publication. And also, I would like to read the answer of Sisi from IGBA regarding the terminology that was discussed, halophyte farming, saline agriculture. So she said that actually in this farmers guidelines document, they provided definitions for all these terminologies. And she lists saline agriculture, halophytic farming, haloculture, and definition of the salinity levels. So I just wanted to read out her comment, which she put in the chat. Thank you.
Any other comment from online participants, or you want to add? You have wide experience here. Take the opportunity to.
Я, наверное, воздержусь. Да.
Refrain from commenting.
Okay. Yeah. Well, so if we arrive to such point that everything is clear, no doubts, and or maybe so complex that that should be delayed for another moment, I think that we can move to the work plan for the 23-24 for the INSAS network. And for that, all of you are invited to make your intervention, but I will give the floor to Maria for dynamizing that.
Yeah. Thank you, Jorge. So I will try to wrap up what we discussed today. Thank you so much, because it was very helpful, today's discussion for developing the work plan for INSAS for the coming years. I will briefly read the notes that I made, trying to make comments what we can, let's say, add to the work plan, considering that we are in FAO. So that we are not an industrial company, we are not private company, so we have some limitations. So if we start from assessment, you can see on the screen. So what we can include here is the workshops of experts from working groups to share the experience and knowledge. Because what we can see that actually the people, the experts, even from the working group itself, they're interested to have to share, not to share, but to collect the information, to collect the knowledge from other participants of the working group. So it is, I think that it's easy. We will try to organize such a meeting where you can share your experience in mapping and different scales of soil salinity. Then this one also important. We can include it that we should develop let's say updated, because there are some already guidelines of the FAO, but they are maybe quite old, where the proximal soil sensing is put on the basics of the soil mapping of soil salinity and gamma ray. So all these modern technologies are put in the core. Also to pay more attention for the development of spectral libraries. Actually, in the Global Soil Partnership, we already performed this activity under the GLOSOLAN, Global Soil Laboratory Network. There is a specific the group of experts and the group of activity, which is called GLOSOLAN SPEC. And they work specifically on the spectral libraries. So there is already a primer in almost all languages. So it is available in so Chinese, English, French, Russian, and Arabic is being prepared now. And so I think that Spanish will be available soon, which provides the very, very basics of soil spectroscopy. So it was developed with this goal that many people, even in the universities, they are not aware of these technologies. So
Kindly add the recommendation of checking the accuracy of the maps. The recommendation of temporal updates.
yeah, so actually, if we take the modern approaches of mapping, it is one of the components, necessary components, yes, but not to forget, yes, accuracy as uncertain.
Uncertainty is not same.
Yes, yes, but yeah, I included both. Yeah, so the comment about site-specific management, I think it's like some sort of comment. It's not the activity, but to keep in mind that everything is specific. Yeah, and yeah, so the collection of information and mapping can be sometimes, not sometimes, always specific. Then training from experts. Okay, as Jorge mentioned, we are preparing the series of webinars, and also for these all these aspects, proximal soil sensing, remote soil sensing. So it is included already into the series of webinars. They will be available this year and next year. So harmonization, yeah, also in the core, common methodology. Yeah, and one more point is that we should improve the contact with the farmers. So we are developing the guidelines, the mappers make their maps, but the contact and the consultation with farmers is usually missing. So I will be reading all the notes, but I would like to know that I will transform all of that. It will take some time from my side to transform it into the work plan, then I will share it with the network for further comments, but I would like to wrap up what we already discussed. Maybe we missed something, or you would like to somehow to modify what we discussed here. Then the next working session on sustainable soil management. So what we can, let's say, do in the case of China, what they said, that it is important to exchange of policy regulation that help to promote sustainable soil management. So because China gave the example how they do it, and I think that it is very much in line with what was said later, that we don't only need the database of good practices, but also the database of good policy practices, which means that we somehow should make the inventory of the good policy regulations on salt-affected soils, and so trying to find not the optimal, but the list of the practices which work well. Maybe the list will be quite small, but we don't know yet actually. So next one is that it was quite a long discussion about the cost of water. So we cannot tell countries pay for water. And definitely it's not, we cannot include it into recommendation, whatever, but what we can do as the group of experts of INSAS, that we can develop recommendations for improved water use under selling conditions. This is what we do under the development of the water working group.
Maybe we just reformulate it from the cost of water to the water demand management, or
sorry,
water demand management. It means that what you do in the field to decrease the water, to improve the water use efficiency. I see that it's develop recommendations for improved water under saline conditions. It's like
not use but demand. You want to replace?
No. The cost means water demand management. It's kind of a part of the integrated water resources management.
Yeah, yes, I understand, but I mean that in this part, how it was discussed here, we can hardly contribute as FAO because we can do nothing in this regard.
Yeah.
What we can do, let's say, somehow to facilitate this activity, that if we develop the recommendations, which will include so this list of recommendations should include that you should optimize the use of water.
Okay.
And then the governments should decide how they optimize the use of water. Because this is some sort of how we can work from our side.
Okay.
But we cannot say
It clarifies, yeah.
pay for water. No.
Yeah.
Because it's a resource of the country. Or the region. Then multi-stakeholder teams are here. So it was mentioned many times that when we talk about salt-affected soils, it's an cross-sectoral topic. So I will think how to reformulate its comment on into activity, that we should include all stakeholders. It is quite clear, but sometimes we can see that experts, they are quite interested to join, to work with INSAS, but you understand that farmers, they are busy, they don't join our activity. So governments, they are busy, they don't join the activity. So how to make it real, I don't know at this point. Then to organize a joint event, each year on the specific topic. So I remember that Kate was saying this. Maybe she can comment what we can do in this case.
Yes, thank you very much, Maria. So also Cici, during her presentation, she connected to the year of halophytes. Perhaps as if we decide that this is the year of halophytes, we can think of a joint event between WASAG and INSAS. And it could be anything. It could be a day planned online with a webinar. It could be an on-site event somewhere. We can discuss and see, but it shouldn't be too much hassle if there are two organizations involved.
I see. So you mean this joint event with WASAG?
Yes, to bring
because
together.
Now I see. Because we cannot organize conferences each year. This is what I wanted to say.
No, but that's what I would say, not a necessary conference, but more some event that can happen together. It could be something online. It could be something that is hybrid, so taking place online and online, or a workshop. We can discuss later what is feasible and what is too difficult. But...
So I had this comment. So Laziza, she shared briefly the main points that she added into the work plan. So I will try briefly to translate. So here is the first proposal is to collect the industrial demands on the problems of salt-affected soils. So I will try to reformulate because at this point it's not clear what we can do. Then to create a database of sustainable soil management practices. This is what we will launch this year. So actually we are already working on this for the last 2 years. So we will launch it this year. Then support the creation and the exchange of knowledge with the School of Farmers. Okay, actually we have the Global Soil Doctors program, and I think that it very much fit with this. Then yes, to organize the webinars with the decision-making, let's say people. I remember that we could see it somewhere else, so it's very important. Yes, also for crops, the same, that we should somehow involve the people who make decisions to know, in the case of crops, to know better about the halophytes, about growing halophytes, and here more about the salinity issue. So yeah, we can include it into the work plan. Then okay, so it is some sort of the farmer guidelines, regional manuals for farmers, where it, in very brief and very explicit format, the use of salt-affected soils is explained by the experts. Then, involvement of the youth. Yeah, we can think about it. Actually, we can create some group of the youth. Yeah, we can think about it. So the next, okay, for your comments, we can address later, or if you want to add something.
Of course, this is a draft that Maria took on the way, and later will be ordered and better redacted, and so. So I think that you got the idea that all your contributions were reflected or will be reflected here, and because this is the mission of the network, getting about the expertise of the members. So this, I think that this will be, you will prepare that and then, yes, follow, yes.
So the crops working group, I will be brief because we are all tired. Let's finish. So improve the cooperation with Cell and Agriculture Working Group, initiate the submission of documents to launch a day of halophytes, which will be held annually, or a year of halophytes, which will be held once. Lack of knowledge growing halophytes is very different, okay? Access, so we can hardly do something in this regard as INSAS, which works under Global Soil Partnership. Market, yes, we can do nothing. Facilitate the countries. Yeah, so here, facilitate the countries to change the food system to growing halophytes. So what we can do from our side is to facilitate all the activity which promotes the growth of halophytes, then organize the training on halophyte farming. And during this discussion, I understood that actually we need to, we can and we should include the model on halophyte farming into the Global Soil Doctors program, which will be very much, I think, helpful in all of this that was discussed. Then decision making, we already discussed it before. So field expedition, yeah, so I would say we all like this because we are from the field, but I don't think that FAO, it's not a geographic organization, so they can hardly support such an activity. So seed production is also FAO, I think that they can do it, but not the INSAS itself. Then terminology, yes. Regarding terminology, CC said that they already worked on this and it is available. So on water, what the main point was that we continue working on the manual because it is still not finished and some work already done. So it should be ready until the end of this year. Then for water management, the strategy is important. So we should focus on strategies when we discuss all these topics. Yes, monitoring of the quality of irrigation water is key as it influences soil health, and all the speakers, they actually confirm that it's very important. So we will be including this aspect into our, let's say, briefs into our activity. Then promote the good practices of water management, which already exist and or which can be collected. Water desalination, yeah, it can be also promoted. Yeah, and it's just a link, yes, for you that I can share so that you could also see these guidelines for brackish water. So regarding the wrap up, I'm finished. So if you have some comments or we can add something.
Yeah, just a brief. Yesterday we organized the session and I prepared the draft output of this session. And some of the points could be, if you consider it's important to include it, because we had good discussions, including on the water, including on the importance of the groundwater level and decrease of the groundwater level to ensure that the risks for the soil salinization.
Yeah, so here, okay, I will put in irrigation water, including all sources. Yes, sources, all sources, and yes.
I sent the outputs to you as well. You can also open it in your email box. It should be there.
Yes.
So take out some of the points.
Okay, good. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, Maria. And we wait for your task. You are working a lot, trying to make this ordered and for to be distributed later. And I think that we did a good task today, and we have optimized the time. And so I think that there is no need to make a break and coming back. But I will, if you agree, I will go to the closing remarks of the. Yeah. So I go. Yes. Yes, because this is not part of the agenda. We finish the agenda and then we are in function. Yeah. So the just a comment of clarification about the order of the things and we well, I think that you today gave us a lot of information and a lot of points, and we discussed this and this and this, the different aspects. And then it demonstrates several things. First, that the problem is very complex. Second, that after decades of research in several aspects, still coordination is not clear among these different approaches problems. This is like the elephant I presented in my speech. And third is that the INSAS is working. So we are getting ideas of the members. Fourth, that is very important, that it is related to the third, is that INSAS is only a few bit more than the expertise of the members. And this few more is that FAO coordination and capacities for contacting and for giving authority to the documents and for printing and so, but the expertise and knowledge comes from the members. And that's very, very satisfying because how so big amount of people willing to share their experience and contribute for the benefit of others. So that's very encouraging. And well, a lot of tasks to be done. Let's go step by step. And I think that as Maria presented this morning, we have deliverables already, and we have a very active participation in many activities. And even she did not include about the activities of diffusion of the network in between other members. This was not there, but we did as well. So from our side, I think, and from the steering committee, I think that we did that in an enthusiastic way, in kind, and we are very grateful of the participation, and we have projected some activities that will be facts in a very close near future, like these webinars and this reports of as a global assessment and so on. And this is what I want to remark. I think that the initiative that was established founding the network, that is some kind of partnership. It's working, and this is a good result, and that forecast better achievements. Thank you very much. And after that, I left my role of coordinator of the session, and I left my role of chair of the network, and I will give the floor to Maria, that has an important announcement.
Thank you, Jorge. Yes, we have two, let's say, administrative questions left. So first of all, I would like to say that according to the terms of reference, in 2021, the chair and vice chairs, they were elected for the period of 2 years. But according to the same terms of reference, the chair and vice chairs, they can take consecutively 2 terms. And in case if they agree, so they can continue working as the steering committee of the INSAS and the chair as chair and vice chairs. So at this moment, at this point, I have a confirmation from chair and vice chairs that they are ready to continue for the next 2 years, for the next term of 2 years. And so if there is no objections from INSAS, from the members of INSAS, we can approve this decision, let's say the agreement and this decision. So do you agree? Okay, so as there is no objections from INSAS members, it is approved. So congratulations and welcome back.
I come back to the chat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Мария, я хотела сказать.
Marina, I would like to say one thing, that we of course do agree, do support them, and we would like on behalf of everyone to thank them for this huge work they have done for these 2 years.
Yes, they could see the translation.
Yeah. Thank you very much, because the start, you know, it is always a bit hard. And then we put this network starting, and now we are arriving to moments that achieve concrete achievements, and reports and webinars will be facts. And so thank you very much for your confidence, for we can continue our task with that. And of course, as I always say, I'm not chair, I'm just a facilitator, and so humble server of you and a colleague. And so we are always open to hear about your opinions and taking into account your tips. So thank you very much on behalf of the steering committee.
Also, one last point that I wanted to announce is that, as I already told, that in order to, let's say, to support the activity of the working groups, we will make a call for the coordinators of the working groups that will join the steering committee. So, yeah, I will send this announcement to INSAS members in the near future, so that people who are willing to coordinate, one coordinator per each working group, so they will be welcome for this activity, in-kind activity. So that's all for my side, and I give the floor back to Jorge.
Thank you. Just for finishing, and because now in between colleagues and some of them, I see some well-known names. Hello. And so several countries there online, and so I take the occasion to tell that the activity of the network, it is coordinated by FAO, but it is not top-down designated. So it is we try to make horizontal and bottom-up proposals. So we are open, and we will be very grateful if any member of the network is willing to present a proposal to organize meetings and in their countries. And well, we will start a dialogue on that, and this will help a lot. And I can now. So the session is closed. Now I'm speaking like friend. Yes, tomorrow we have other things. Yes, but wait. Yes. The point is that it is important that now that we see that you in general are so much motivated, and this does not come from scratch. There is work and research below that in your countries. And so if you have such expertise, if you have the interest to organize meetings, this will be welcome. And because I will not speak now, but as FAO, allow me to take the hat of FAO and put the International Union of Soil Sciences. I'm in charge of coordinating the Commission of Salt-Affected Soils as well. For those that are willing to organize, we can offer as well the support of the International Union of Soil Sciences. So this will be great if we get some candidatures and we can establish the dialogue to make this possible. And Maria asked me to make the announcement of that tomorrow. I will tell those that going to the field trip, make your baggage early, because after finishing we will be in a hurry going to the airport. So, well, along the day we will have these three trainings that were mentioned: the sustainable management practices, dealing with stakeholders in the identification and impact. I think that it is not usually examined and explored during salinity symposium meetings. I think this is something very valuable because we want to involve stakeholders. And later, Mason will do his best trying to I tell that in a bit ironic way, because the modeling is a bit complex. So we recommended him to run an example and later try to involve you to reproduce that. So this will be the training on water flow and solute transport using hydrological models. And after these two, we will have the training that will be presented by John Triantafalis, that is dealing with the electromagnetic induction measurement, and then what is usually, it is easy to measure if you have the device, but it is not so easy making the inversion of the signal you have to correlate with the soil electrical conductivity, and he will teach us how to do that. And I think that it is all. Do I forget something? Yeah, so thank you very much and for your participation, very active, and it is really very valuable. And I want to send a cheers and greetings to the online participants. I recognize there some of the close names for me, other well-known that are long experiences and very qualified, that I'm sure that they will contribute in the work of the network. Now today maybe they were silent because they are happy about the development of but they have a lot to share with us. So thank you very much, dear colleagues, and now we finish for today, so we close the meeting, and I think that we can have coffee or
from here for the flight to Nukus.
But you received an information note.
Yes.
I don't remember.
So thank you very much and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.